Because
Yeah?
on this day?
Yeah,
All right.
What?
in 1970. Beck David Hansen
Okay.
was born.
Wrote that song?
Yeah.
I want to stay up all night with Jews?
No,
Isn't that what it's...
no, with you.
Oh, I thought it was with... Oh, I misheard that on the radio. I want to stay up all night. I thought it was either Jews or shoes.
No.
I want to stay up... It didn't make sense to me when he said, I want to stay up all night with shoes.
Although he is Jewish.
He is?
Is he?
Yeah. Well, so there was the back and forth with. Oh,
thought he
you know
was-
what we haven't done since we've been back in the studio?
What
you
well,
know
people
what we
don't.
haven't
What
done?
would that be?
An elegant way of wasting time. It's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on
Do
X96.
we really have to announce it?
Yeah.
It's pretty damned obvious.
But so there was a time everyone was like, "Yeah, Beck, he's a Scientologist,"
Yeah.
because he was interviewed and he would say things
right.
like, "I'm a Scientologist and I'm married to a Scientologist."
And so naturally,
People would
Would
assume,
assume.
I did.
you know.
And then somewhere along the line, somebody brought it up, and he said, this is a quote. "I think there's a misconception that I'm a Scientologist. I'm not a Scientologist. I consider myself Jewish."
And he also said, and remember, when you assume, you make an ASS of UME.
But Beck, we assumed that because you had previously said,
Kind of,
I'm a Scientologist.
Assume nothing.
yes. Yeah.
But so, Bill, you're not that far off saying he's staying up all night with Jews.
That's what I or Jews. I never quite. I don't hear lyrics very well in songs. I mistake them all the time. I forget them. I don't know if somebody's really singing. Like I'll hear a song and say, "Do you like
You
the,
don't know if
do
they're
you like
singing?
the words to that song? Somebody was singing in that." No. Yeah, I'm just not good at lyrics.
Muhammad is really good at lyrics. So good that he scares me sometimes. I'm like, how do you know the words to that song? Where are you hearing this song
Because
that you have memorized the words?
Because I got it from you.
That's what he tells me.
Good at lyrics.
Really,
That's me.
I'm good at lyrics
Good at lyrics.
and riding my big wheel.
Yeah.
One wheel.
One wheel, my one big wheel, my giant wheel. I'm good at that. So I've not spent much time around your young son, Muhammad.
Mm-hmm.
But I do remember going to Lagoon with,
Really?
yes, when he was just a tyke, and it was a company party, and we all went to the pavilion to have a lunch that was provided by the company.
Uh-huh.
And I think he must have been 3 or 4.
Uh-huh.
And he just bolted.
Yep.
He just and started running
Yep.
off into the clear
Yep.
blue yonder. And your
He was
husband
a
went,
runner.
"Whoa!" and had chased him
Yeah.
down.
He was a runner.
Yeah.
He sort of still is.
Learned to control it.
Yeah. But he's
Oh, somebody will just come and get me.
no
Might as well not run.
he can't sit still.
Yeah.
He has to be, and he can't walk in a straight line. If you're walking down a sidewalk, he has to parkour his way. A rock, a fence,
Sure.
Let's run back and forth.
Yeah, and it's a wonder he can't gain any weight because he just
No, it
burns.
isn't. It's not a
burns
wonder
it
he can't.
off.
It's not a wonder at all. It's obvious why he doesn't.
So,
You ought to just have him, a diet of Twinkies and lard.
but that's the problem. He likes healthy things that aren't going to fatten him up.
He wouldn't have liked the fact that I ate a can of Vienna sausages yesterday, which you may have seen online.
Did you post a picture of Vienna?
At RFH Bill on Twitter, and I think I did on the Radio from Hell Facebook page
did.
as well. And I ate the can of Vienna sausages, and then there was a can of Beanie Weenie.
Oh, those look gross.
This is foodstuffs that somebody brought. I think somebody, I know who it is, but I'm not going to say the name. But I think they dropped something by for you guys too.
I didn't get anything.
Some welcome back food thing.
I didn't get anything.
I thought I'd heard that.
They're-
But it was a
those
can
are
of Beanie
gross.
Weenie.
Those are gross.
Also a can of Beanie Weenie. I took a picture of both of them. And then I took a picture of the open can of Vienna sausages to prove that I'd been eating them. And somebody said, Bill, you really should drink the weenie water. Drink the weenie water that's left in the can. And no,
I got to draw the line somewhere.
But I did eat. So, and they're little cans, you know, and there was a little can of Van Camp's Beanie Weenie.
Mm-hmm.
And I ate the Beanie Weenie out of the can.
You draw the line at weenie water. That's where you draw.
But I do draw the line at weenie water. So if you want, you go to the Radio from Hell
No,
Facebook page.
don't look at it.
I remember Vienna sausages, though. You remember that time, Carrie?
Oh, yeah.
When I ate how many 50 cans.
It was about 50. Yeah.
Oh, at the big ass show
Yeah.
throughout the day. I
Yeah.
mean, you spread it throughout the day.
Yeah.
but-
Mm-hmm. Throughout the entire big ass show.
50 cans.
Which was like a 6-hour, 7-hour event or something.
And I remember Vienna sausages being packed in like their jelly.
Oh,
Kinda.
that's even grosser.
You know, weenie
Well,
jelly.
it was kind of a combination because the jelly would float to the top, the fat, would float to the top, and then there was water underneath it.
There was just nothing but water in there.
Maybe-
They were tasty, a little salty.
No.
Here's some salt and fat.
Yeah, salty weenies.
Blaine wants to know if you're up to some potted meat product.
You bet. I remember potted meat. I'm not sure what it is, but I remember.
Isn't that deviled ham? No, that's different, isn't it?
I think it's a little different. Deviled ham is a spread in a can.
Yeah.
And a potted meat is something. I
That
know
sounds
I've
like
had.
something you shouldn't eat. Potted meat?
I'm not even sure if it's meat.
Yeah, it is. Now I'm going to have to look it up. Are you looking up potted meat, Gina?
No, I don't want to
think-
see potted
I
meat.
think you can still buy it.
Sue and I,
Let me look.
over the weekend, we just broke down and decided to make some Kraft macaroni and cheese. You know, out of the box and, you had the butter and the milk.
Yeah.
And as I'm eating it, I'm just going, this is so yummy. But then I got thinking, is this even food?
Excuse me. It's cheese and macaroni.
Is it?
It's Kraft cheese
I
and
thought it was
macaroni.
mac and cheese. I don't know.
Potted meat is preserved meat, meat cooked, placed in a pot, tightly packed, and then covered with hot fat.
Yeah.
As the fat cools, it hardens and forms into an airtight seal, preventing spoilage from airborne bacteria.
Well, that's what you want. You don't want spoilage in your potted meat.
No.
Often, when making potted meat, only the meat of one animal is used.
Often.
Often. It doesn't matter what the animal is. You know, it could be raccoon meat for all you know.
No. Oh, gross. Those are the same sound effects for,
So I got the Braunschweiger, you remember?
Yeah, yeah.
which is
Braunschweiger.
similar,
Yeah,
right?
well, kind of. And I enjoyed it to a point, but I couldn't eat the whole thing, and nobody else in the house would touch it.
Yeah.
And so it went bad in the fridge. I had to throw it out. Felt bad about wasting good Braunschweiger. Well, I felt there's no such thing as good Braunschweiger. Felt bad about wasting. So is that it? We're done?
Are we?
I don't know. Is it
Bill
time?
just
I
put
don't
an
know what
end
time
to
it is.
farting around.
I don't know what time it is.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
I saw Beck eating a potted meat sandwich.
Really?
Yeah, Beck.
I think he's a vegetarian.
Yeah.
So,
Pretty sure.
I thought he was a Jew. No?
No.
All right.
We're just going to let that,
Scientologist?
we're
Gonna
just
let it
going to
go.
let that one go.
let that one go.
Oh, no. See, my neighbor is a Jew, and she's also a vegetarian, so that's possible. Let's check-ins, 877-602-9696. You call us and you check in with us and you say hi, you say howdy, you say hello, ahoy, hoy, whatever you'd like. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We like to hear from you in the morning at 877-602-9696, and we'll give a random checker-inner a tote bag, Radio from Hell tote bag. So,
You will like it. It's beautiful.
it is.
There we go. All right. 877-602-9696.
Many of us take for granted having supplies to go back to school, but
So speaking of TV, I was feeling really down yesterday, and most of this week I felt just kind of down and out of it. And I thought I need some comfort from a TV show, and I thought, oh damn, you know that Joe Pera show. Joe Pera Talks with You. The first season of
That's
that
very
was
soothing.
it was so gentle and so nice. I thought, I wonder, and lo and behold, I didn't know, but there's now a second season of it available. So I sat down and I watched a couple of episodes. I cannot recommend this show highly enough. It's I think each episode is 15 minutes long, something like that. The first one, Joe Pera Talks with You about beans. And he builds a bean arch.
A bean arch?
So it's this, and he goes through it and how he does it, and he built this big wire frame that's an archway, and then he's planting beans at the bottom so that they'll climb up all over the
A
archway.
beanstalk? He's working on a beanstalk.
Gene, it's a bean arch. Specifically, Joe Pera, it's a bean arch. And he said, I don't know how tall I'll make it. Maybe I'll make it tall, just so the beans are dangling down and you can just barely reach them. It's just so comforting. And
You
so
feel better
sweet.
now
I
after
do.
watching? Okay.
It is so sweet. And I watched 2 of them. And I thought, no, I'm not going to watch anymore because I want to watch them. My wife was not around last night. She was off doing roller derby. And so I thought, I'm going to rewatch them. I can't recommend it highly enough. It's on Cartoon. Is this it?
Adult Swim is where I watch it.
Yeah, Adult Swim.
over there.
Hey, Joe, please don't come over here.
Okay. I'd invite you to join us, Joe. But as you know, each breakfast crew has a delicate balance. Each individual brings something unique to the table, and that makes for great conversation.
I understand.
Let me introduce you around to the boys. There's Jack, our political junkie.
Joe, did you know that 93% of Americans don't approve of murder?
Then there's Jeff, our sports guy.
I missed my son's graduation to watch the U.S. Open on TV.
Tim Rick, he's our Joe Pesci type ball buster.
So, Joe, how old are you? Your face tells me you're 10, but your bald spot tells me you're 63, so what is it?
It's just that was from the first season, The Breakfast. Joe Pera Talks to You about breakfast.
And where is this?
Adult Swim.
Adult Swim. It's a Cartoon
And I
Network.
just find it. I just find it on demand, and it's great. It is a great show. Such a sweet, gentle, wonderful guy, Joe.
It's a shame that we couldn't find a place for them before now, but I have learned that people mostly want to watch shows about people, so I tried to respect that. Someday, though, I'll make a program with only trees. Maybe even start my own network. Tree TV. No people, just trees.
That's Joe.
Maybe every now and then we'd show an NBA game, but that's it.
That's it.
I can't be the only one who'd prefer to watch Old Chico, a 9,000-year-old spruce, after reading the news. The downside is that my network won't provide much opportunity for human actors. But as we reassess what is essential, I wonder if actors are. Well, there are definitely 2. Ed Harris and Elizabeth Hurley. Last week, I watched Austin Powers for the first time in 10 years, and it holds up very well. A complete send-up of spy films, and one of the things that makes me laugh most. And Elizabeth Hurley is the perfect straight man to Austin Powers. She's one of the few people who can rein him in, and that is no small feat. Can you imagine if it were only Austin Powers? It would be chaos. A town where all the stoplights are green. Fun to imagine, but in real life, fatal. Also, she's one of the only people in the movie not played by Austin Powers. It's just too bad that in the second film, she turned out to be a fembot.
It's true.
It was distressing to me and made dating hard for a long time.
Made dating hard.
Not the robot part. Just imagine falling for someone who then tried to kill you. But instead of going down that path,
It's,
why don't I give you?
he has a girlfriend in this second season now. He's a school teacher, a middle school teacher. It's a choir band, I think, is what he teaches. The choir.
So is this like voiceover, just scenery,
No.
or do you see
No.
him
Well,
talk? He
this
just-
is-
Oh no.
Oh.
This one is. This is an Adult Swim special called Relaxing Old Footage with Joe Pera.
Yeah, that's
And it's just stock footage of forests
Yeah.
and things like that with him talking. He is a stand-up. That is a character. I hate to break it to you, Bill.
yeah. No, and I've seen him do some stand up, and
Yeah.
he does his stand up as that same character.
He does the character.
But he had, in Joe Pera Talks with You, like those people in the
Every year
Breakfast
on
Club.
Valentine's Day, a lot of people will wear red to be festive, but I instead wear black out of respect for all the ladies' hearts I've broken with this smile.
That's his stand up.
Anyway.
And you'll love it. He's just it's slow and soothing and really funny.
Yep. Okay, 6:21. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, we'll go to your check-ins if you're calling. I don't know. I have no indication that that's happened. Nobody's.
Well, let me see.
877-602.
Yeah,
877-602-9696 if there's a line open, and call and check in, and right after we do this.
Young Automotive Group has a huge selection of new vehicle brands and over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles. You'll find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford. Visit any Young Automotive dealership or browse online at youngautomotive.com.
The moon is 2.3% of full. Just about gone. It'll be a new moon on the 9th. The next full moon will be July 23rd. The moon will set today at 8:23 p.m. Today being Thursday. It's the 8th day of July in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. Day 3 of our return to Broadcast Central. And this is the show that for people who feel like hell in the morning, Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, the Kentucky Colonels, Kerry Jackson, me, Bill Allred, over there, Gina Barberi. I can only see Gina's, all I can see of Gina is her hat through the maze of equipment we have here. Katie,
I see this much.
Do you? Katie, for short, is our producer. I can't see her at all because she's
No,
You know where you
I
can
can
see
her
all
right
of
there.
this. You can see all of this at x96.com/live.
Yeah, and I can see Katie if I look over at the monitor. There she is. And let's see, is Skip and Miriam in there?
Skip.
helping us?
I Skip.
Both of them, or just Skip?
I don't see Miriam. I see Skip.
Well,
Miriam is
working elsewhere.
Yes.
She's over there trying to fix the water fountain. I don't know. It's
kicking it.
It's National Body Painting Day.
Ooh.
Body Painting Day. It's the day.
Is this like the people that are naked and then have their
Yeah.
body painted and then get their picture taken?
Yeah, Body
That?
Painting Day celebrates the serious work of art and self-expression of painting on a nude or largely nude live human body.
Large?
In my case, it would be largely nude. Consider the art of body. It's the art of body painting. While it's still partially about nudity, it's not about sexuality. It says here.
Oh.
Body painting is a 3D artwork and form of self-expression. It's pretty amazing what they can do. They can make it look as though you're wearing clothes.
There's a woman on Twitter who does it and paints herself. She doesn't have anybody do it. She does
How'd you
it
get her
herself.
back?
Well, she only does the front.
As far as you know.
But she does it so that it almost looks, like she's wearing a costume or something.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's National Body Painting Day, National Blueberry Day, and Video Games Day as well. Blueberry.
All right.
Check-ins, 877-602-9696.
Yes, let's start with, let's see, it's, Jesse.
Hola, Jesse.
Jesse. Oh, hang on, Jesse.
Hang on, we got to...
All the buttons need to be pushed, Jesse. There we go.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Great, just wonderful, thank you. And you?
Good. You know what? I don't think I'm looking forward to another day of this heat. I kind of like...
Hey, Jesse.
Kind of like it to all go away.
Hey, it's going to be a scorcher.
It definitely is, and I'm not looking forward to it. But, hey, I just had a quick question for you guys. I'm an occasional listener, and it always kind of bothered me. I can never quite tell what it is, but it sounds like when you're on air, you got like a little tune or a jingle or some kind in the background. And you know what? I thought maybe that it was just an intern that Carrie didn't know what to do with, and so they just play an organ in the background or something.
I wish that's
it's our organ playing intern in
live.
the background. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
No, Jesse, that's just it's a
little music.
Carrie, explain to him the thinking behind it.
I hate to tell you how the sausage is made, Jesse, but Jesse, have you ever been to a party where there's no music playing and it's quiet and nobody's
probably
and nobody's
I've been to
talking?
quite a few in my day.
And it's kind of not a very fun party. But the minute you put music on, people relax and talk more.
And it kind of fills up the space.
Okay.
And that's why I do it.
Yeah.
It's a party. This is a Radio from Hell party every morning.
And that's party music. If I ever heard party music.
All right, well, keep putting those interns to work. I'll let you guys go.
Okay, Jesse, try and listen more than occasionally.
Wait, here's how we get Jesse to listen. We give him a tote bag.
You want a tote bag, Jesse? A Radio from Hell tote bag?
Hey, you know what? I just had a birthday, and I just got a nice new tote bag.
Oh, you did not.
I love you guys, but
who's giving
somebody
you?
else? Please,
what kind of a lame-ass gift is that for your birthday?
I got you a tote bag, honey.
Okay, never mind, Jesse.
Thanks. We'll see you later.
It's a real nice tote bag. It's Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton?
Got anybody else there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's it?
That's all right.
Oh, we could have hung on to Jesse
No,
for a
he
while.
was done. He was done with us way before we were done with him.
That's right. He really wanted.
It was
to go.
mutual. It was the feeling was mutual.
He did want to go. I could tell. You're right.
Jesse, just remember one thing.
Fig Newtons are good. I forget that sometimes.
Well, you have a lot on your mind.
Yes.
Fig Newtons are good.
Fig Newtons are
You're
good.
right.
I'd forgotten. And they have apple Newtons and they have strawberry Newtons. Yeah. They're all good.
Let's see. Ron the Carpenter checking in via text. Is body painting going to be your Facebook Live video today?
No,
it is not.
Oh, no.
We won't do that, too.
No, never, ever.
All right. Well, then, if no one's going to call in, I guess we can continue.
My body is my journal.
Oh.
Your journal?
Yeah. With tattoos.
So things are good. Where is everybody? Where'd you go? That's all right. That means traffic's good this morning. Now, if you see something not good, some trouble, some things that we need to be aware of, you can text it to us, 33986. Just make sure it's safe for you to do that. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you. We will take a break here. We will be back. In the next break, we have, big boy news and a Pinuendo, and geek news coming up. All right, so stand by for all of that. X96.
I've just been meaning to ask you, Gina, the last 3 days, and I forgot. Well, the last 2 days.
What?
So you went to collect your daughter at camp.
Yes.
On Saturday, I think it was.
Friday.
And we'd had some discussion last week about the letters, and you had written a letter to her, a daily letter that she took with her.
Yes.
And you instructed her to open one a day.
Yes.
And being the good little girl she
Yes.
is, I'm sure that's exactly the way she did it.
Yes.
Whereas when I was a little kid, when I'd gotten to camp, I would just want to open them all.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to read them all. And then she was incommunicado
for a week.
For really 7 days? Was it 7 days?
Sunday to Friday.
Yeah, okay. And so the only communication that you could have with her would be a letter that she would send you.
Right.
And you kept waiting for the letter and waiting for the letter. And I said, you're not going to get the letter until after you pick her up. Have you received, as you went to get her and collected her tear-stained pillow and all of the soiled bedding and everything? And
she did very well, actually, at camp.
Well, I'm sure she did, but
I'm saying there wasn't a tear-stained pillow.
I joke.
I know. As I got home with her after we picked it up, it was in the mailbox.
As I thought.
Yes.
And was the letter tear-stained?
No.
Was it very detailed?
No, yes.
What did she write it the first day, or did she just write it, like the day before you?
And then express it.
She wrote it halfway through, and she said, "Next year I know to write it earlier in the week."
But there you go.
So
it might have gotten to you.
Mm-hmm. But it was a happy letter. I'm having a great time. And she said, I knew you would ask, Mom. The food is great, is what the letter said.
Food is great.
I knew you would ask.
And then she had no trouble finding an owl to deliver it.
No, came right to the.
Right.
She's very, very methodical in her thinking. She said, I sent it on Wednesday. I should send it earlier next time, but I should at least wait a day till I've done something to write about so she's figuring out the best day to send it. It's probably Tuesday, and then I would get it. But she did great. She wants to go back. So
she did the rope swing. She swam in the lake. She went canoeing. Killed a bear.
No,
none of that.
No.
What are they doing? What do they sit around and sew?
They made bread.
That's not camp. You go out. You got to go out and kill squirrels and play capture the flag at night, and then kids get lost in the woods.
At the very least, play with the fire.
Yeah, roast no fire.
Poking a stick in it?
No.
They made bread. They had morning meditation.
What?
Sissy camp. We did yoga, Mom.
She loved it. That's all that matters.
Sissy camp.
Right, okay.
It's my
Mm. 6:33 right now.
Well,
yes.
Are you having issues?
Yeah, I will have to sort of stumble my way through the news.
I could start with sports, Bill.
I don't think it's going to help. What I'm the way I normally arrange the news stories here is not working. So I have to figure out another way to do it, or just sort of fumble through.
So me doing sports first doesn't
Wouldn't
help.
Wouldn't help. Really. So I guess I'll just stumble through this as best I can and try to figure out the mechanics of it.
You'll have to muddle through somehow. Is that what?
That's kind of what. Yeah, I'm saying.
All right. Well, Big Boy News brought to you by.
For a limited time, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $39 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
Well, I have a tragedy.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, well, a couple, actually. Robert Downey has died. Robert Downey Sr., Robert Downey Jr.'s father. Now, Robert Downey Jr. just loved his dad, just thought he was the greatest. He was a filmmaker and did a lot of really low-budget movies that nobody knows much about. And he was an actor. He was 85. He had been suffering from Parkinson's disease. One of the movies that he directed was called Putney Swope. It was a black comedy about a black man who is accidentally elected chairman of a Madison Avenue advertising agency. And
that's the only way that would happen, is if it were by accident.
And then the comedy ensues. His ideas about how to advertise things and what should be done, and Robert Downey
put Robert Downey Jr. in a movie
in his first
speaking role.
It was called
Pound, and here is his one and only line.
He was 5 years old.
5 years old. You ready? Here we go.
Have any hair on your balls?
There you go.
Don't. Just let it be.
The movie Pound. All of the actors played various animals in a pound. Dogs mostly, some cats.
Carrie was showing me the video of this clip. He's adorable.
Little Robert Downey Jr.
And you can tell it's him. Like it looks like little tiny Robert Downey.
He's always looked that way. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about coronavirus, shall we? Where is Delta virus, the Delta variant, spreading? And where is there an explosion of coronavirus?
Right here.
Well, Utah.
Utah's one.
Utah, the Midwest, the Rockies, as Trump country rejects the vaccine.
I guess Missouri is really bad,
yeah,
too.
Missouri. There it is. It's surging here in Utah, and it's in counties, rural conservative counties.
People that are being admitted to the hospital with coronavirus, it was preventable.
Yeah.
At this point,
yeah.
you have made a choice that you know better, and if you don't get vaccinated and you get COVID, oh well, that's.
And I heard two different reporters today say it's focused mainly in conservative areas.
Well, you heard me say that about 30 seconds ago.
So, I mean, it's two separate reporters.
Yeah,
this is not a liberal thing. This is, this isn't some sort of scheme we have. No. It's because you guys saw a video on YouTube of a guy sitting in his car talking about how it's going to kill you, and you believed him, and now you're getting it and dying.
Well, a lot of it is it's people who, Donald Trump got coronavirus and he was fine.
And then there's that. Yeah. He had amazing medical facilities at his disposal when he caught it.
And experimental
stuff. Yeah.
Well, and he's stronger and better physical specimen than most of us.
Is he? Really?
Yeah. So you were speculating about this, or we were talking a little bit about this the other day. Buffets, now that they're open,
yes.
What are they doing to keep us safe from COVID-19?
I'll never find out, because I'm done with buffets.
You never started with buffets. Don't try to pretend that you were with buffets at one time.
You're right.
You never were.
Never been pro-buffet.
An employee restocking the salad bar at the Shady Maple Smorgasbord
That
in
sounds
Pennsylvania.
made up. That is made up.
No.
This is a made-up story.
They reopened last summer with certain modifications and precautions in place after being closed toward the beginning of COVID-19. When COVID-19 shut the world down in March of 2020, nobody could envision a post-pandemic era and didn't quite know if pandemic features like self-serve buffets would become obsolete. I kind of thought they would, but Chuck-A-Rama is not going to have any of that obsolescence, I'll tell you that. They are doing things to make it safe, relatively safe. But they and Las Vegas, they're opening up their buffets again. Although the station casinos say that they're never going to do them again.
What do you mean the station?
The station casinos. They're
It's a chain of
kind of
casinos.
lower end casinos. Yeah, that's going to hurt them.
Yeah, they said we're not going to do them anymore.
Because the buffet at the station is kind of a staple.
Really,
I didn't
it
know.
was really good too.
It was cheap too. So it was people like my parents. They loved it.
I loved it. Hurricane Elsa caused a tornado in Jacksonville, Florida.
I know.
Where your sailor boy son is.
I called him when I heard this, and he didn't answer. And I left him a message and said, "You better call me back immediately, or I'm going to think you're dead. So call me back."
You have become your mother.
Yeah. He called me back. He wasn't dead, and they barely had any of it at his house.
But one person was dead.
Yeah.
It caused a tornado. It touched down in Jacksonville, and one person was killed. Flash flooding in Jacksonville. Rain totals up to 5 inches possible. Let's see. Elsa is forecast to move across the southeastern and mid-Atlantic U.S. through today. Let's see what we have here locally. Well, it's coronavirus here as well.
Yeah.
We mentioned that Utah is one of the places where it's surging. Nearly 394 confirmed cases for Wednesday, and 2 additional deaths. The rolling 7-day average for positive tests is 361 per day in Utah. The rolling 7-day average. To date, over 2 million vaccines have been administered in the state, and 260 people in Utah are currently hospitalized with COVID, and most of them with the Delta variant of COVID. Let's see now. Water everywhere. No, there isn't. There isn't
Where
any.
is this water you're speaking of?
Water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. Water Conservation Authority in St. George is considering turf buyback. I have to go to the bathroom. Stop that. Oh, all right. I need a potty break, and you do that. Water Conservation Authority in St. George. They're considering what's called a turf buyback. So you got lawn in St. George. If you tear it out, they will pay you X amount of money per square foot to tear out your lawn.
If you live in St. George, you should not have a lawn.
No.
You should.
They haven't set this up yet, but they are considering doing it in Las Vegas. I was hearing a guy from Las Vegas talk about this the other day, and he said, "Oh yeah, they pay, I forget what they paid me handsomely per square foot. I took out all of my lawn. I put in xeriscaping, and I would never go back. It's beautiful.
We're looking into it. Yeah. I'm having a hard time finding somebody who does a good job.
You mean a landscape?
I mean, there are landscape
architect?
people, and they're happy to come in and put something up. But I want it to look nice.
You need a landscape architect.
I need an architect. Yes.
Gas prices in Utah and everywhere across the country are on the rise.
That's Biden's fault. No,
it's not.
Nothing.
It doesn't really have anything to do with it.
No.
That's not what Facebook tells me, but...
In a report published this week, AAA said that the national average for a gallon of gas increased by 40% across the country since January of 2021. Utah's average cost per gallon is $3.58. Let's see. Dozens of states, including Utah, are suing Google over App Store fees, kind of hidden fees. A group of 36 states and the District of Columbia sued Google yesterday over claims that its mobile app store abuses its market power and forces aggressive terms on software developers, expanding the legal challenges facing the internet search giant. The suit is the fourth state or federal antitrust lawsuit filed against Google since October, but the first to scrutinize the company's lucrative, and it is lucrative, app store. Utah, North Carolina, New York, and others filing the suit in federal court in the Northern District of Columbia. Developers of mobile apps have taken issue with the way Google makes them use its own system for some payments inside their products. The system charges a 30% commission. So if you get an app, you develop an app and you get it into the Google App Store, Google says, yeah, it's great, just go ahead and sell your app. We need 30% of that money. And they feel that that's too much. Donald Trump, of course, announced yesterday that he is suing Facebook and Twitter and YouTube.
So he's suing the thing that he signed up for and clicked I agree on the terms of service that said, if you do these things, we will kick you off the platform. He agreed to that, and now he's
Let me point out that this is not about suing Google and Facebook and YouTube. At the same time he announced this, fundraising letters went out across the country.
Yeah, it's a grift.
This is a way for him to raise money. People will go, I got to help Donald Trump in this effort. I got to help him.
He's right.
He's right. I've got to help him.
It's a complete grift because it's not the terms and service. This is, your First Amendment right is about the government stopping your speech. And they're private companies. There's a big difference. I'm going to sue KSL for not letting me on their radio show.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to do. It's the same thing.
You mentioned this yesterday, Kerry, but I think it was off the air. Donald Trump praised Nazi dictator Adolf Hitler during a 2018 trip to France to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the end of World War I, according to a claim in a new book.
Why does everyone have to point out all the bad things Hitler did? He did some good things.
Quote, well, Hitler did a lot of good things, the president told White House Chief of Staff John Kelly, according to passages from the Wall Street Journal reporter Michael Bender's Frankly, We Did Win This Election, the inside story of how Trump lost. Trump reportedly made the observation that Hitler had done a lot of good things, while Kelly was reminding him which countries were on which side during the conflict.
Here's how it went.
And connecting the dots from the First World War to the Second World War and all of Hitler's atrocities. It says here that Kelly was stunned by Trump's remark, and the then president told the then president that he was wrong and argued
you don't ever tell the
German people would have been better off poor than subjected to the Nazi genocide. He said, you cannot ever say anything supportive of Adolf Hitler. You just can't say that. But Trump was undeterred.
Because he's never wrong.
Exactly.
Never
wrong. He reportedly called U.S. troops who died in World War I losers and suckers. And
that's your guy. That's still your guy? Really?
I'm not getting a vaccine.
And I know nothing.
So that's about it, I think.
All right.
I've sort of stumbled my way through
No,
that.
you did great.
You did fine.
All right.
Sports, weather, traffic.
You know who else did great? Real Salt Lake last night.
Oh.
They beat the other homers because Vancouver sort of made this their home for the foreseeable future. 4-0 at Rio Tinto Stadium. Bill, I have exciting news for you.
What?
You know what's about to start this week?
CONCACAF.
No, we're moving on. We're moving on to a different sport.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't decide whether you said CONCACAF or if you were clearing your throat.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you for knowing the reference.
That was good.
No, Bill. Starting today with a 5-day home stand against the dreaded River Cats.
Oh.
It's the Salt Lake Bees, and it's Thirsty Thursday tonight. So I think, Bill, you have to go.
I'm going to go get drunk and heckle the River Cats.
There you go.
Go back to the river.
Go,
you damn cats.
It's Sacramento.
Go back to the river.
Go back to Sacktown.
Yeah. But it's going to be a hot night for baseball. So we broke a record yesterday at 104. Could happen again today. We're projecting 103 for a high today, 102 for tomorrow, and that it just continues.
Sounds to me like it's going to be a real scorcher.
Yeah, exactly. There's an excessive heat warning in effect.
This is yeah, and I'm going to be out in my car for most of it.
Yeah, but you have air conditioning.
I do, but no,
and actually air quality is supposed to be kind of bad today, so you shouldn't be out in your car today.
But there's one pet cardiologist in the state.
Oh no!
And you.
I had driving around to do yesterday, and I took Riley with me because it was too hot to leave her outside, and I was going to be gone for a long time, and she got to ride an air-conditioned car all day yesterday. Traffic, we have a crash southbound Redwood Road at 56 South. This is in Taylorsville. Southbound to eastbound is closed. And looks like that's it. Let me check our message stream, see if you, friends of the program, have sent... They're sending Carrie Zeroscape ideas and tips, but they're not sending me any traffic. If you do see something you think other friends of the program need to know about, please text it to us. If it's safe for you to do that, 33986.
Honestly, the Zeroscape probably won't happen until next year.
Yeah.
The solar's happening first.
Yeah, you got one thing at a time.
One thing at a time. One headache at a time, folks. All right. Let's see. Is this safe? Oh, you might want to call now to beat Gina. 877. Line up now if you'd like. You'll be on hold for about 15 minutes, but you'll be first in line to beat Gina. 877-602-9696. And we have not only is it a tote bag or a face mask?
Well, it's a face mask, but it's also a go-kart racing passes for the Taste of Utah Festival.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Okay, so you could win those. So line up now, 877-602-9696. I'm not going to tell you the topic of the trivia.
Yeah, don't. Just know. But basically, you're calling to win go-kart tickets. Look at it like that.
Geek News Now, brought to you by.
It's a great time to be a geek in Utah. Dr. Volts and the Nerd Store have joined forces. Comics, collectibles, action figures, and so much more. The Nerd Store and Dr. Volts.
Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Name of the episode is Ew, Squishy. And it's people are loving it because it's the first time that we have been in many a moon all together in the same room in my basement.
Like over a year, right?
Yeah.
Well, it probably would be around 463 days.
Exactly. So tune in for that. And also on that episode, we talk about the Boba Fett's spaceship name controversy.
Oh, okay.
There's we don't think it's a controversy. We don't care. But there are some Star Wars fans who are upset.
The spaceship does have a name.
Yeah. It's never mentioned in any of the movies, but it's always been known as Slave One.
Okay.
Well, Disney is putting out a new Lego set, and on the front of the package, it just says Boba Fett's starship.
Oh.
And some Star Wars fans are upset about that. I would just point them to a 2008 episode of Robot Chicken, where Lando Calrissian is talking to Boba Fett, and yes, it's Billy D. Williams. And they're looking at his ship, and he goes, "It's a nice-looking ship, Boba.
Nice-looking ship.
Can't say I'm crazy about the name."
So there you go.
So there you go.
All right. That seems like that's been decided.
The Boys. You like the Amazon show, The Boys.
I do.
Surprise runaway hit. It's about a group of superheroes.
Sort of.
Sort of.
They're bad guys.
Yeah. And here's the thing is that the creators of the show have been very good with their social media and keeping you up to date because the seasons are so far apart, you know, and then you only get like 10 episodes.
Yeah.
They know they need to keep you engaged and keep you aware of their show.
Sure.
Well, they finished shooting. It's going to be, season 3 is going to be coming on soon. And what they've done is Amazon Prime Video has released the first episode of, it's a fake news show, 7 on 7 on VNN, the Vought News Network. And it's a 7-episode digital series where VNN anchor Cameron Coleman gives the latest news a pro-super spin, it says here. It takes place in the world of The Boys, and it takes its cues from Fox News, so it's very right-wing, pro-American.
The glove.
Something you can watch at work.
Homelander remains silent, following Stormfront's shocking deceit and deception. The beloved leader of the Seven has been a public no-show as of late, as he remains sullen and secluded inside Vought Tower, clearly proving that while he may be super on the outside, he's still just a man on the inside. Wow. Truly heartbreaking. On behalf of everyone in VNN, we can't wait to see you soon, big guy. Hey, we've all been there.
So it's things like that, but they're like, so they're 5 minutes long, and if you're a fan of the show, you're going to want to watch that. Keeps you up to date. Let's see now. Of course, these streaming services, a lot of them are owned by movie companies, and they, the product. And, where am I going to see my favorite show? Well, if you like Universal movies and DreamWorks movies, I'm talking like Jurassic World Dominion. Let's see, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, Minions: The Rise of Gru, and all those kind of movies. Universal Pictures owns Peacock.
Okay.
So they have made a deal that once these movies, Focus Features, Illumination, DreamWorks Animations, Universal Pictures, once they're in the theaters 4 months later, they will be available on Peacock. Another streaming service that you have to get. Let's see, bad news. I was sad to hear this. Lovecraft Country, which was a great series on HBO. Not coming back for season 2.
I thought it did well.
It did extremely well.
So why not?
They just HBO said we're passing on it.
Ran out of ideas.
Well, they had a whole setup. They had a whole breakout for season 2 and what they wanted to do, and it looked really interesting and controversial and all of that. But HBO said, sorry, it was going to be called Lovecraft Country Supremacy, and it would take place in this alternate USA that's divided into 3 sections. And go online if you want to look up all the details on that. But you're not getting a second season of Lovecraft Country. Let's see, Disney. Corporate synergy. Here we go. Because some time ago, because Disney owns The Simpsons now.
Yeah.
Right.
And you can watch all the Simpsons episodes on your Disney Plus. And they did a crossover short, Corporate Synergy, Maggie Simpson in The Force Awakens from its nap. You remember it was a Star Wars crossover. Well, we've got a new one. It's Loki.
Yeah.
Marvel Corporate Synergy, The Good, the Bart, and the Loki. And it dropped on Disney Plus yesterday.
That makes sense, because, Bart's mischievous.
Exactly.
It makes perfect sense.
Let's see, now I had the bad news about Lovecraft Country. I have good news about Good Omens. Did you watch that?
Yeah, and I was surprised to hear this. I heard it a few days ago.
Season 2 of Good Omens, which is, you'd think, odd, because there was one book.
Yeah.
And one of the writers died, and so you'd think, well, that's it, right?
And like with the same actors and everything starring in it? All right.
Neil Gaiman said, let's see, it's 31 years since Good Omens was published, which means it's 32 years since Terry Pratchett and I lay in our respective beds in a Seattle hotel room at a World Fantasy Convention and plotted the sequel.
Oh, so they discussed it?
So they did discuss it. They plotted the sequel. And he says, well, we're going to move forward with that. So you get another season of Good Omens. Lucky you. Traffic, please, Gina.
Crash southbound Redwood Road at 5600 South in Taylorsville. Southbound to eastbound is being affected there. And that's it. You haven't sent anything in via text, but if you do see something and want to share it with friends of the program, I will pass it along. Just make sure it's safe for you to do that when you text us at 33986. University Federal Credit Union's Visa Rewards Card offers up to 5 times the rewards along with the industry's best travel rebates. Apply today at ucreditu.com.
All right, thank you. Okay, 877-602-9696. Line up to beat Gina. Answer easy trivia.
Is it really?
Well, there's a couple in there that'll throw you.
Okay. Or you could get go-kart racing passes for the Taste of Utah Festival at Utah Motorsports Campus and a Radio from Hell face mask.
Okay, we got 2 contestants lined up.
Okay.
We need a third, and then we'll decide off the air which one of you are going to play against Gina. Marty Feldman trivia. I
Terry,
know.
they're gonna hang up now.
No. Don't hang up. I made them pretty easy. Okay. So 877-602-9696. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Mr. Hale is they've been plumbing places around the Wasatch Front for many years now.
Mhm.
You see their trucks, those green trucks, all over the place. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. And right now they are they're still doing the $39 air conditioning tune-up. It is hot as hail outside, as you know.
Mhm.
So make sure your cooling system is working right. $39 for that furnace tune-up. Also, Scott Hale is in the midst of the busiest season ever. If you're looking to join a talented team, Scott Hale is looking for people to work for him. Visit scotthale.com for a full list of open positions. They are, again, let's do it, a hail of a good company. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Get your air conditioning tuned up. Give them a call, 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE.
Now, I saw this story today, and
Is that the one I was going to mention
Yeah.
earlier?
the headline is, creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know
That
several.
is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind
Yeah.
of doodle, but this
Oh,
is
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
this is the Labradoodle specifically. I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle became one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden
a
doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba and Nome. His name is Leo because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I want to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No,
You don't like the doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a
I'm
racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now
See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him. and he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
Well,
I like little dogs.
Yeah.
Playing God, though.
Yep.
This room by the three of us. It's Beat Gina, and anyone can play because, well, it's so easy. It has to be because Gina. And now, here's your host, the man that women love and all men want to be, and we love him too. Today, wearing an outfit from overalls in Algonquin, Maine.
Wow.
Carrie Jackson.
Thank you very much, Johnny.
You're welcome.
Haven't seen you in a while.
No.
In person.
Well, it's nice to be seen. It's nice to be out of Bill's basement.
I was going to say, it's nice that he would let you out.
Yeah.
All right. Now, Gina, we didn't get a chance to decide off the air. Who would you let me toss the coin to decide?
Go right ahead. I trust your coin tossing judgment.
All right. I'm going to toss the coin. There we go. And our contestant is on the line. It's Jeannie, I think is how you say the name. Jeannie?
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
Jeannie. How are you? Let's see. Now, Jeannie, you are our contestant. And if you beat Gina at this Marty Feldman trivia.
Don't go. Hang it. Don't go away, Gina.
Who? Marty, who?
Don't
Who is?
go anywhere.
Does anyone know who that is? I don't.
It's a lot of young Frankenstein trivia is happening here. All right, but if you beat Gina at this Marty Feldman trivia, you will win not only a Radio from Hell face mask, which is you're going to need, it sounds like, with the Delta variant.
Yes.
But you'll also get what else?
Go-kart racing passes from Taste of Utah Festival, which is happening Saturday, July 10th at the Utah Motorsports Campus.
All right, and if that's if you beat Gina, but if she beats you, Jeannie, what are you prepared to do?
I am going to make a donation to the Utah Humane Society.
Lovely.
Isn't that nice? Okay. All right, we will now toss another coin to decide who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Jeannie, heads or tails?
Let's go with heads.
I'm going to go with heads. All right, let's coin toss app says tails.
Oh.
Terribly sorry. You can see proof right there. Tails.
Okay.
So that means Gina goes first. All right. Marty Feldman trivia.
Who?
Marty Feldman's birthday. Were he alive?
I was going to say, isn't he long dead?
He would be celebrating were he alive.
Yes.
All right. So Gina.
Okay.
Jeannie. Gina, this is the first question.
Okay.
How did Marty Feldman present 1976's Oscar for live-action shorts?
Okay.
How did he present it? Was it A, he threw the Oscar on the floor and handed the shards to the winning producers? He hid the Oscars under the seats of the producers. You get an Oscar and you get an Oscar. He pulled it out of his, his knapsack. Or he made the candidates fight for the Oscar in a gladiatorial combat.
One of these is the correct answer?
One of these is the correct answer.
Gina, 3 seconds. 3 seconds on the clock.
That's right. I think we have the 3-second rule.
Oh, okay. He pulled it out of his knapsack.
No, incorrect.
Oh.
Jeannie, you get a chance to steal. Do you know the answer?
I'm going to pick A.
That is correct. He threw the Oscar on the floor and handed the broken pieces to the producers.
He was not invited back, I understand.
No, he was not.
Now, Jeannie has 1 point, and she controls the question.
Oh, man.
Jeannie? Let's see.
Yes.
Which of these jobs were never done by Marty Feldman? So that means 3 of them were, and 1 of them was not.
Okay.
Was it A, message boy for an advertising agency? B, Greyhound racetrack tipster? C, assistant to an Indian fakir in his sideshow act? Or D, dog food taste tester?
Is right.
One of these was not a job that he held.
I'm going to go with B.
Greyhound racetrack tipster?
Yeah.
That is incorrect.
Gina, a
Terribly
chance
sorry.
to steal and tie the game.
Is it dog food taste tester?
That is correct.
Ow.
All right. It's
Okay.
now 1-1. Gina controls the question.
All right, Gina, let's see. Oh, that one's too easy.
What?
Marty Feldman added little comedy ad-libs here and there. What ad-libbed gag did he bring to Young Frankenstein? Was it A, Igor's moving hump?
Mm-hmm.
B, his freshly dead head joke?
Mm-hmm.
C, the car chase. It's about family. Or D, the character of Chainsaw Guy.
Would it be the moving hump?
That's correct.
All right, it's 2-1. Jeannie now controls the question. You have a chance to tie the game.
All right.
Okay.
Jeannie, what was Marty Feldman's most iconic feature? A, being the senior United States Senator from Kentucky. B, his crazy hair. C, his misaligned eyes. Or D, how incredibly handsome he was.
I'm going to go with C, his crazy eyes.
That is
Misaligned
correct.
eyes.
That is
Not only misaligned, but bulging. So the game is tied 2-2, but Gina has a chance to win now. She controls the question.
Gina, what Aerosmith song was inspired by Igor from Young Frankenstein?
Okay.
I don't know if this is true or not. I'm only as good as
Okay.
the internet gives me. Was it A, Hey Kept a Rollin'?
Thank
B,
you. I know you did that. That's
just
great.
for you.
That's great.
B, Frau Blucher's got a gun. B, Walk This Way. Or C, Crazy.
I know the answer to this one.
Well, no, Walk This Way came out before Young Frankenstein, didn't it?
Again, I'm only as good as the
Okay.
internet.
I mean, maybe not. I don't know, but I think that's the answer they want you to.
Yes.
Maybe. I don't.
Gina wins the game. Let's just stop now.
Let's just
shall we?
forget it. Let's just, yeah.
I'm
know
sorry,
what?
Jeannie. You don't get anything.
No, Johnny. Jeannie is a wonderful person and deserves tickets to go kart. I think, Jeannie, even though I beat you, I would like you to go out to the Utah Motor Sports Park and enjoy the go-karts.
All right.
Thank you.
You know, the Game Show Regulatory Commission is going to find out about this one day.
All right.
All right, Jeannie, you need to hang on the phone.
We'll put you on hold and we'll get your information and all of that. So, yes?
I'm just disappointed.
I am as well. Gina, what medical condition led to Marty Feldman having his iconic eyes?
Is it kidney?
Is it A, it's pronounced eye cancer? B, Graves' disease?
Oh, great. That's what it was.
Or C, really, really bad pink eye from peeing in the road?
What was the easy one? Was that it?
Oh, the easy one was the eyes, and I
Oh,
gave that
okay.
to Jeannie. So, there you go. All right.
Now, Young Frankenstein came out a year before. I had to look it up
You
because
did,
I
huh?
thought, so maybe
There you go.
Maybe.
All right.
Hmm.
Look up traffic while you're there.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's true. Oh, wait.
Johnny,
Johnny's
you can-
gone.
you can go,
yeah, that's-
Johnny.
okay. Yes, I'm going to leave now.
Crash southbound I-15 milepost 312 at Beck Street. The HOV lane is affected there. Crash southbound Redwood Road 5600 south in Taylorsville, southbound to eastbound affected there. And those are the only things being affected, at least as far as UDOT's concerned. You see something else, well, you need to tell us. That's the only way we know. Text it to us if it's safe for you to do that. 33986.
All right. Thank you very much.
Boners round one coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering.
Mm-hmm.
Boner candidate number one. The final question on the Jeopardy hosted by the Sanjay Gupta was really too easy.
Huh? Okay.
Number two, it'll make sense.
Okay.
All right.
Number two, the knock at the door might be the Biden brown shirts. Or number three, a note from the neighbors.
All right. Boners round one coming up after these, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Zero res, keep it clean.
I do keep it clean.
I've said this before, but they need to have like a frequent flyer punch card or something like that for you.
Well,
so you'd get like a free cleaning because they're always over at your house.
But it's not, I think a lot of people think getting your carpets cleaned is something you do once in a while, and it's not something that you get your carpets cleaned often.
It's not that expensive either.
No.
It's like right now, they'll come over and clean your carpet. They do $33 per room of carpet. They'll do the fourth room for free. So that's it's not that expensive. And Gina can attest. We can all attest. They do a great job at getting your carpets, your tile, your upholstery clean. So schedule your carpet cleaning with Zero Res Carpet Cleaning today. They're offering that $33 per room of carpet plus the fourth room free. Appointments are in demand right now, so get in fast. You can call them at 801-2880 or go to ZeroResSaltLake.com or ZeroResDavisWeber.com.
Various
It's best question of the week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. About pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like hello, yeah, what, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell at x96.com. Put best question or meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Bale.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all of these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question. So if
it's so my dog, Sadie Girl, who lived forever and ever and ever, and I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like no human other than, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as, and dogs are, and I'm sure cats, for people that have them, are great because they love you no matter what. And, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on, because the dog is constant. They don't know that you've got stuff going on. And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there. Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. he would move his, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that,
But not make a noise?
Not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing I thought that for.
Yeah.
And then I took Artie to the groomer, our groomer, everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you. He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? And then when
happy you were home.
And then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stare so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys, because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
it's hard
he couldn't
to tell.
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
Katie, do you have one?
Smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. And I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor. And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. And he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Aww.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Oh,
that's mine.
$7:21 right now, and it is time for round 1 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. This round 1. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We'll do this again. We'll get another winner there. Then we'll take both of our winners and put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. All right, so right now you got to pick one of these 3 from this round 1 to send forward to Boner Dome. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
go-kart racing passes from the Taste of Utah Festival happening Saturday, July 10th. The inaugural UMC Taste of Utah Festival at Utah Motorsports Campus, a family-friendly festival about all things Utah. The event to help support local businesses get back on their feet after COVID. Local craft beer, food vendors, musical performances, a car show, and my favorite part, a French tasting contest. Tickets are free.
Boner candidate number 1. The final question on the Jeopardy hosted by the Sanjay Gupta was really too easy. Angry Jeopardy fans lashed out over a final question on Tuesday that they said
don't want to piss them off, do you?
They said it was too easy and a sign that the game show is not trying anymore.
One question did that. Huh?
In a final Jeopardy question with the category colleges and universities,
okay,
guest host Sanjay Gupta asked the contestants which school had recently trademarked the word "the." In 2019, this public university attempted to trademark the word "the" for use on clothing and hats, the question read.
Did they all get it right?
Yes, all three contestants got the right answer. The Ohio State University, prompting viewers to bash it as a question so no duh that it wasn't even close. That's the easiest Final Jeopardy answer I have ever seen. It made me so mad, one fan wrote. Easiest Final Jeopardy ever, a second observer griped. Another added, tonight's Final Jeopardy was a gimme. Others proclaimed it was just by far the least challenging final question that had ever been on the show.
Wow.
And on they went. The Boner candidate here, I think, is twofold. They're right.
Yeah.
That was too easy.
Yeah.
That was just too easy.
But it doesn't affect the outcome of the game. Because it depends on how much you bet.
Right.
Whether you're going to get it right. So that's really the thing.
Well, but it does. I mean, that does affect the outfit of the game.
Well, no, it depends on how each individual decides how confident they are. Yeah. So it doesn't affect the outcome. The easiness of the question.
Well, at any rate, the other part of this Boner candidate is people bitching about it.
Yeah. That's the problem I have.
They're right. It is too easy. But
so?
So what?
So?
Boner candidate number 1. The final question on the Jeopardy hosted by the Sanjay Gupta was really too easy. I told you it'd make sense eventually.
Yeah, I got it.
Here's Boner candidate number 2. The knock at the door might be Biden brown shirts, you know.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Didn't I say yes?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, who on Tuesday compared officials carrying out President Joe Biden's latest COVID-19 vaccination push to, quote, Nazi-era brown shirts, just weeks after apologizing for her comments comparing Capitol Hill mask wearing to the Holocaust. Responding to remarks from Biden about mobilizing officials to reach unvaccinated individuals at their homes, Greene tweeted, quote, people have a choice. They don't need your medical brown shirts showing up at their door, ordering vaccinations. And they're not going to do that.
No.
They're just going to come and say, please get vaccinated. Here's why you should. They're not going to make you do
as much as we would like them to. They can't do that.
You know my plan. I think we should wait till people are asleep at night and sneak into their houses and vaccinate them. That's what I think we should do. I probably could never be president.
So does she not know the brown shirt reference is a Nazi reference? I'm trying to figure out where the dumb is here. Or did she...
No, I think she knew.
I don't know.
But she apologized, what was it, weeks ago? And
a couple of weeks
ago. Not that long ago.
It wasn't that long ago. She went to the Holocaust Museum.
Oh, the Holocaust. Oh, now I understand.
I'm sorry. And then she turns around.
She also accused Biden of pushing a vaccine that is not FDA approved.
Oh, Jesus.
All 3 vaccines in the United States have emergency authorization from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Yes.
And have proven to be safe and effective in clinical trials.
Yes.
The vaccines are not yet fully approved by the FDA, but they were given
emergency
approval. Green's office did not immediately return or respond to a request for comment.
I think Marjorie's social media people should take away her social media.
No, Carrie. I like knowing I like her having access to that. I like her putting her foot in her mouth all the time.
Okay.
Boner candidate to number 2. The knock at the door might be the Biden brown shirts. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3, a note from the neighbors.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Prices are clearly listed at VWLayton.com. They've calculated all of the leases and monthly payments right down to the penny on all new Volkswagens at Volkswagen Layton.
Well, this just in. The Indiana Jones 5 has added a new actor to the mix. Fleabag star Phoebe Waller-Bridge has been added because Harrison Ford is injured, so she's going to take over as Indiana Jones.
She was added a long time ago. This isn't new.
She's
gonna.
Is she gonna be Indiana Jones?
They're not saying.
For some reason this story popped up and I'm looking at the date on April 9th.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to be opposite Harrison Ford. assuming he recovers. That's just assuming he recovers.
Yeah.
Friends monkey trainer has hit back at David Schwimmer.
Oh, jeez.
One of Hollywood's longest-running feuds has flared up again.
What happened?
This is not Betty Davis and Joan Crawford, not Dwayne Johnson and Vin Diesel, but rather David Schwimmer and Marcel the monkey. Has long been well established, Schwimmer was not exactly a fan of the monkey who played Ross's pet monkey Marcel on Friends. Marcel was played by two female Capuchins, one named Katie and one simply named Monkey.
Monkeys!
I hate the monkey, Schwimmer famously told Entertainment Weekly back in '95. The trainers won't let me bond with it. They're really, really possessive. It's like, land on your marks, do your job, don't touch or bond with the monkey. It's a bummer, he said. More recently, during HBO Max's Friends reunion, Schwimmer said, here is my problem. The monkey obviously was trained. It had to hit its mark and do its thing right at the perfect time. What inevitably began to happen was we would all have choreographed bits kind of timed out, and it would get messed up because the monkey didn't do its job right. So we would have to reset, then we'd have to do it again because the monkey didn't get it right. Now, is he referring to Joey here, or is he?
No, Marcel.
He's actually, according to Mike Morris, who handled Marcel on the NBC sitcom, said there's a different explanation for this. David Schwimmer was jealous.
What?
Was jealous
I'm
of
sure that's it.
Of his simian co-star.
I'm sure that's it.
I think David Schwimmer. Now, I don't have anything again. I rather like him. I think he seems to be smart and a good actor and a talented director, apparently. But he really ought to lay off the monkey bashing. It's just not going to. It will not go well for him.
People will always side with the monkey.
Usually, yeah. The world's known coronavirus death toll has now passed 4 million people, a loss roughly equivalent to the population of Los Angeles, according to the Center for Systems Science and Engineering at Johns Hopkins University. It took 9 months for the virus to claim 1 million. Then the pace picked up. The second million were lost in 3.5 months. The third million in just 3 months. And the fourth million in about 2.5 months. So now the number of daily reported deaths has declined recently. Those are officially reported figures, though, which are widely believed to undercount pandemic-related deaths. The numbers may not tell the complete story, and yet they are really staggering anyway. But, there are stories about people in prisons all over the world who are not being counted in, and other instances of that. So now, Utah has become one of the top COVID-19 hotspots in the country.
Yep.
As the cases of the highly transmissible Delta variant continue spreading among unvaccinated people. The Delta variant, which originated in India, now accounts for an estimated 80% of the cases in Utah, according to Dr. Michelle Hoffman, the Utah Department of Health's deputy director.
And before you're tempted to say, well, then it's their own damn fault if they don't get vaccinated and they get COVID, there are still people that are immune compromised, that can't get the vaccine for some other reason, and you are putting those people in danger. So it's not just about hurting yourself. It's my choice. If I get COVID, I get COVID. No, you could still affect other people.
If you're unvaccinated, it's just a matter of when, not if, you get the Delta variant, which will likely land you in the hospital, health officials said on Wednesday. A choice to maintain unvaccinated is a choice to get COVID. Said Dr. Arlen Jarrett, Chief Medical Officer for the Steward Healthcare System. Don't choose to get COVID. Choose to stay well, get vaccinated.
And there still are kids 12 and under that can't get vaccinated. They're vulnerable.
Utah's the 6th worst in the United States for COVID-19 case rates. Utah has... So we're not doing enough to make sure people get vaccinated, but we're making sure that people can't drink beer when they throw axes.
I know, right?
I mean,
That's the problem. We need to nail down. That's
Yes.
Apparently you cannot. And I remember we went to an axe throwing place, and they were trying to get a beer license, and I guess they never did.
So I did an axe throwing thing in Ogden and had beer there.
The place we went to eventually got their license.
Well, in June, a place applied for a beer license with the Utah Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control, and the couple was told the state can no longer give a liquor license to a recreational venue when the activities involve the use of a dangerous weapon.
Well, a pool cue could be considered a
How
dangerous
about golf?
weapon. Golf could, yeah.
Darts? What about darts?
I just,
the Utah legislature approved the ban during the 2020 session. The provision went mostly unnoticed during the pandemic. No new axe throwing businesses applied for a liquor license. When did you go axe throwing, Gina?
It was right before the pandemic started. But I mean, has there been a problem with this? Have there been a lot of alcohol-related injuries?
When has that ever factored into anything the legislature does?
That's true. You can't.
Yeah.
They defy logic.
14 days after the catastrophic collapse of the Champlain Towers South condo building in Surfside, Florida, officials have now called off the search for survivors, effective at midnight local time. Our top priority since day one has been to do everything possible, everything humanly possible, and to explore every single portion of the collapsed grid in search of survivors, said Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava. But at this point, we've truly exhausted every single option available in the search and rescue mission. No one has been pulled alive from the rubble since the early hours after the building partially crumbled on June 24th. Rescue crews, who by Wednesday had removed 7 million pounds of concrete and cement from the wreckage, had said that they would keep searching as long as there was a chance someone could be found. Nearly 90 people are still unaccounted for. The official death toll stands at 54, but of course that will rise. And the governor of Oregon says, this is just too much. Too much. Lives being lost because of heat. At least 95 people have died across Oregon due to the temperature surge last week, which saw Portland hit an unprecedented 118 degrees. The third temperature record set in a 3-day period. The heat dome, which is what's causing this, saw decades-old records fall and up and down the West Coast, prompting days-long emergency warnings. And they're saying that it is. So people are saying, well, this is an anomaly. And climate scientists have looked very closely at this and say, no, this really is due to global warming.
Yeah,
global warming. Now we sort of know that really.
Yeah.
But this is an official announcement of that. And then finally, this story. Apparently, I love Ritz crackers, but I guess
everything's better on a Ritz
when it sits on a Ritz. Don't sully their slogan. But taking to its official TikTok account, Ritz has shared a handy hack for cutting slices of cheese.
Oh, I saw this.
With the outside of a Ritz cracker. Oh. All you need to do is use the scalloped edge of the cracker, like a pizza cutter, to make indentations in a cheese slice, allowing you to easily pull it into a nicely cut slice. The cheese slice can then be classically sandwiched between 2 Ritz crackers. Pretty, aesthetic, a beautiful scallop, and good. Good cracker. Good cracker. Good cracker. All right. I didn't know we still had that.
I love
it. All right, that's it.
Weather traffic.
Well, it's bad here too. We have an excessive heat warning in effect. Yesterday we hit a record at 104. Today it could happen again. Projected high of 103. Tomorrow 102, and just no relief in sight.
It's a scorcher.
Yes. And bad air quality is starting to build in because of this. So if you can limit your driving, I know Carrie has to go to the doggy cardiologist today, but other than that,
Can't you take the bus?
I suppose I'd have to leave now.
If you can limit the driving, that would be good. Traffic, we've got a crash southbound I-15 milepost 312 Beck Street, US 89. The HOV lane is blocked, and a friend of the program says southbound at Beck Street is backing everything. I think that just means it's bad there. If you're there and see that it's bad, or see that something else is bad and needs to be shared, you can text us. Just make sure it's safe for you to do that at 33986. For a limited time, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $39 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
Now back to the global warming story. Our attorney Ed Brass, of course, he says that his daughter lives in Portland. 75% of the homes do not have air conditioning because this is just unusual, you know.
Yeah, no, the same thing my sister that we went to visit in Washington, they live in Tacoma. They've never had an air conditioner.
Yeah. All right,
boner candidate number 3, a note from the neighbor. So, you know, I don't know exactly how I feel about this, but I do know how I feel about spelling. It's the most bizarre thing that's ever happened to me. I can't get my head around it, said Essex native Alexandria Taylor, talking to Kennedy News of an angry letter she received, which she found on her car at 8:30 in the morning on Monday. Her neighbors reportedly spotted the 26-year-old mother of 2 on Sunday night wearing a T-shirt and French lingerie as she locked the door and turned out the lights in preparation for bed. Suffice it to say, the prudish parents were not pleased with the inadvertent striptease, and it wasn't a striptease. She was just wearing her clothing that she was going to get into bed wearing.
Okay.
It would be much appreciated, the note read, if you could at least shut your blinds when walking around naked around your house. My kids do not and would not want to see your ass out on the show. Well, I don't think that's true. I think the kids would love to see that. But then it was signed.
She's in her own house.
Yeah, and then it's signed, much appreciated, your NEIBOURS. Neighbor.
Yeah.
It's in her house. If you don't want to see that, you know, it's not like she's coming over to your house dressed like that.
Or walking around outside.
Draw your blinds. You don't. Boner candidate number 3, a note from the neighbors.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, the final question on the Jeopardy hosted by the Sanjay Gupta was really to the easy. Fans of Jeopardy angry about the Ohio State question on Jeopardy. Boner candidate number 2, the knock at the door might be the bride in brown shirts. Yes, U.S. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene comparing Joe Biden's vaccine push to Nazi-era brown shirts coming to your house, forcing you to have the vaccine. And boner candidate number 3, a note from the neighbors.
All right. Time for you to vote. Here we go. This is round 1 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. It is not Boner of the Day yet. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We'll do this again, get another winner there, and we'll take both winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. So vote right now. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. They'll take your voice vote. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting July 8, 2021, and vote there. This is round 1.
Dear Carrie, Bill, and Gina, although Gina wasn't here when this happened, I don't believe. I've been listening to Radio from Hell since I was 14 or 15. I'm now 30, and I still spend my mornings listening to you all as I commute to work. I value your opinions, and for the most part, I share your ultra-liberal way of thinking. I often find myself quoting you when discussing politics or even just life events. It would be safe to say that I'm a loyal fan. However, one of my biggest pet peeves continues to pop up on the show, and I can't take it anymore. I'm a millennial. I was born in 1988, the heart of the millennial generation. Over the years, the term millennial has become an insult or comedic point for many, including myself. We are the generation of participation trophies and lackluster work ethic. Where my issue falls is this: the constant misuse of the term millennial. A millennial is anyone born between 1981 and 1996. So, yes, producer Katie is definitely a millennial. And the segment where you asked her all of the nostalgic questions was quite funny. But looking at the years that millennials were kids, you wouldn't think it's that odd that a millennial would know what you were talking about. I mean, I could easily answer every one of the questions. It wasn't that hard. Perhaps I'm wrong, but it seems that you all think a millennial is much younger than they truly are. For the most part, millennials are in their late 20s, early 30s. We are the children of the late 80s and 90s. So it says, yet every other episode or so, there's a comment from you all about millennials and what we don't know. The breaking point was on the 17th when Bill made a comment about millennials getting into the TV show The Office. For the love of God, Bill, millennials were watching The Office when we were in junior high and high school. Maybe it's just silly of me to get so worked up. But millennials didn't eat Tide Pods. So fault us for our real mistakes. I love you all. I'm just annoyed by this. Probably I'm entitled, emotional, and a millennial. Love always, Molly. Well, Molly's right. So I looked it up. The generations. They name each generation.
I feel like I've read conflicting things on when the millennial ends and begins. So if she is correct, and you confirm that, then I'm a millennial too. I'm an older millennial, but I would still be a millennial.
Here's what it is. Some generations are known by one name only, as like baby boomers.
Okay.
That's what I would be. Names for other generations is a matter of some dispute among experts, but here are some of the things that we agree on. There's a chart at x96.com/live.
Okay.
Here's how and William Strauss, they're demographers, describe millennials. Millennials would be between 1980 and 2000, also known as Generation Y. Okay?
Okay.
So let's
80 to late 90s. All right.
Yeah. Let's see. So people from 2000 to the present would be known as either the silent generation, the new silent generation, or Generation Z. Okay. But so then there's another one, the Population Reference Bureau. They have a little different. So there are different ones, but generally millennials are between 1980 to 2000
to late 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, and that one is pretty set in all of these. But then there's the silent generation, the baby boomers. That's 1946 to 64. Generation X, that was 65 to 79. And millennials, then present, they're calling the present new silent generation or Generation Z. So, but she's right, millennials, we just have I have the tendency to think of anybody who's really young is a millennial, and that's not true.
From now on, you're all young'uns.
Gen Z.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're young'uns. That's the title. That applies to everybody.
Young'uns?
Young'uns.
Okay.
My dad would say. $7:48, And it is time now to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Teriyaki Salmon.
And are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Okay, so only 3 of you like the Jeopardy one, number one, and
Really?
thought that should.
Was
yeah.
one of them Ed Brass?
I don't know. The voting is anonymous, Gina. We keep it anonymous so that there's no hanky panky.
We'll fix that.
Yeah. Then boner candidate number 2. A knock at the door might be the Biden Brown shirts, but the winner was boner candidate number 3.
Really?
Yeah,
the note.
Yeah, the voting has been hinky lately.
Huh.
Well, we tell people they can vote as many times as they like. And so if there's one person out there trying to...
Text does limit to
Oh, it
10.
does? Okay.
Yeah, 10 votes. You can vote 10 times.
So it was the nasty note from the neighbors, not Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I think it's someone who did not want Marjorie Taylor Greene to win.
Maybe.
So, okay.
Weird.
There you go. That's your boner round 1. It now goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. Depends. We'll see. And we got round 2 coming up at 8:20. 3 more. 3 different candidates. We'll do that at 8:20. Then 9:20 is we'll take both of the winners, one from each round, and put them into Boner Dome, and you will decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning.
We were going to talk to the mayor of Salt Lake here, Erin Mendenhall, but she's been called away on urgent
She's mayoring.
tree planting business.
She's off doing some mayoring?
Yeah.
Salt Lake City, she's the mayor of this city, and there are a lot of good restaurants in Salt Lake.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And Carrie's been to most of them.
That was Carrie's vacation, is going to a different restaurant every day.
Yeah, we tried.
You failed at going to a new restaurant every day?
We did most of the days.
Not as easy as it
But then
sounds.
it's not as easy. Exactly. It's not as easy as it sounds. And we were doing the no leftover rule, but then we realized that was wasteful. And then suddenly our fridge is full of leftovers. And so maybe you don't go out. So, we quite a few places that we liked. There's a new place that opened up near the house called 8 Settlers Distillery.
8 Settlers.
8 Settlers Distillery. And it's, the mouth of the canyon where that 7-Eleven is, heading up to the ski resort. It's like right behind that 7-Eleven.
Okay.
They built a whole new hotel. It's like a Hyatt or something, big hotel there. And they got that new restaurant there.
Okay.
And it was good for takeout. We did takeout there.
Okay.
Instead of going in. That was quite good.
How did you determine that it was going to be good for takeout?
Well, we discovered it was good for takeout. Because a lot of times, when you order something at a restaurant, it doesn't travel well.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
I noticed that during the pandemic a lot, that there were restaurants that food translates better than others to bringing home.
You get a Crown Burger, it'll, it's fine whether you get it there or send it home.
Well, one of the nights we decided we were just going to do pizza delivery.
But a new place?
This is a place that we've discovered that we really love.
It's a Domino's they hadn't been to.
And so we had them deliver. It's a place called Victor's. And the thing about Victor's is all the pizzas are themed around the movie Pulp Fiction.
Oh, I heard about this.
Yeah. And it's quite good.
Okay.
And we were looking at the menu and we realized it's kind of limited. So we decided to watch Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
And try to help Victor's create
new pizzas?
some new pizzas.
Okay.
So if you read read the names of the pizzas, and I would like to try to guess what they are.
Look them up.
Okay.
Look up Victor's.
Because they got to have a Royale with cheese,
Yeah, they
right?
do. They
okay.
do.
They got to have a Marcellus Wallace that comes with a ball gag.
They have them named after characters.
It's all characters.
Some of them are. But do you have the menu?
Yeah, hold please.
And you can guess.
I probably won't be able.
But we decided that we would watch Pulp. We came up with 5.
Which one?
They're not great, but we came up with 5. These are the ones that we created.
Yeah.
There was a pizza called the Bonnie Situation.
What would be on that?
That's where you would use that Beehive barely buzzed cheese that's rubbed with coffee. Because that's the Bonnie situation.
Yeah.
You know, because when she goes to buy coffee,
yeah.
That's right.
she buys.
Okay, that's good.
She buys
That's
the
good.
crap stuff.
Yeah.
You know, where Quentin buys the good stuff. We were thinking a dessert pizza, pumpkin.
Yeah.
Because one of the characters' nickname was Pumpkin. You know, the briefcase, the code to the briefcase is 666 to open the briefcase. And when you open it up, there's a golden light inside. We still don't know what it is.
Right.
We do something with golden raisins on a pizza.
Oh.
perhaps.
And maybe that's what it is in there, is a pizza.
Maybe it's a golden raisin pizza. We call it the 666. The obvious one that we came up with was have the pizza called Ezekiel 2517.
What's on that?
Well, you something really spicy.
Oh, okay.
Like ghost peppers.
Yeah.
Because Ezekiel 25:17, and I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger.
Yeah.
And then there should be one, a Jackrabbit Slim one, because they order their steak bloody as hell. So you just have a steak pizza
Okay.
and call it the Jackrabbit Slim.
Yeah.
So okay,
I'm looking at the ones they have here. They don't have a gimp. You got to have a gimp pizza.
there should be a gimp.
I don't know what you put on.
It would just be short one piece.
There you go. We took it out.
Just take one piece out of it.
There's the Royale with cheese. There's the Jewels. Now, what these pizzas are doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I wouldn't know it without what
It's
was
a
on
mushroom, tomato, onion, bell pepper.
Well, it's a veggie pizza because Jules' girlfriend is a vegetarian, which makes him a vegetarian.
it. That's right.
Okay, so
see,
Yeah, that makes sense.
let's see. The bad mother clucker is chicken.
it's a chicken pizza.
Okay. The chopper.
What would the chopper?
I don't know.
I've had most of these.
It's a meat pizza. It's got all your meats. The Vincent. Chicken and bacon and ranch.
Because bacon tastes good.
Okay,
Bacon
so
tastes
so they did. So they so
Pork
there
tastes
are
good.
reasons for
Bacon
these
tastes
things.
good.
The Marcellus Wallace,
There is a Marcellus Wallace.
of course. Pepperoni, ham, mushroom, bell pepper, onion, black olive. I don't know why.
Because he has everything.
Okay, Carrie can make arguments for all of these.
I'll make the connection.
That works. Victor's.
Yeah.
All right.
Pretty good. Anyway, traffic, please, Gina.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to refresh this and give you the most up-to-date information. Looks like still lots of issues southbound I-15 at Beck Street and US 89. I'm looking at the UDOT website, and we have a very slow traffic through there. So that's still causing trouble. And I think that's it for the trouble, though. Looks like everything else seems to be moving well. Now, if you see something not moving well, you can text it to us. Just make sure it's safe for you to do that at 33986. University Federal Credit Union's Visa Rewards Card offers up to 5 times the rewards along with industry's best travel rebates. Apply today at ucreditu.com.
All right, let's see. We will take a break, and we'll be back. Well, apparently the owners of Victor's is a fan of the show.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
What? Did you text in or something?
I got a text from somebody who knows. All right. Sean Means, reviewing movies.
In person, is he coming in?
I do not know.
Oh, all right.
Katie says yes. All right, we'll have that for you right after these. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Hoops Vision will perform a procedure on your eyes that will allow you to see 20/20 vision or better without glasses or contact lenses. It's a miracle, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
Carrie's had it done. I've had it done. Our family members have all been.
I do not miss messing with my glasses or contacts, especially, were a pain.
Yeah. And if you like to go swimming and things like that in the summertime, you just don't have to worry about that crap anymore. So right now at Hoops Vision, they have a summer special going on. Celebrate summer with $400 off each eye, whether it's LASIK or some people need the PRK procedure instead, but mostly LASIK. Schedule your free, no obligation LASIK appointment today. It's a consultation. They don't pressure you, anything like that. They just talk to you about how it happens. 877-30-LASIK or go to hoopsvision.com.
It's time for Beat Gina, the game show that always assures there's a peaceful transfer of power. When the game is decided, you can be sure that Gina will peacefully hand over a prize, deserved or not. So join in the fun, and don't worry about losing your precious game show democracy when you listen to Beat Gina. And now, here he is, the defender of game show democracy, the host who fights for the truth, the justice, and the game show way. He won't let the show fall into chaos. No, he's the one, the only, Kerry Smilin' Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank
You're
you so much. Good to have you back.
It's good to be here.
Ah, well,
It's
let's
good to
see.
be anywhere.
Good to be above ground, as
Yes.
my uncle used to say. All right, we do have a contestant on the phone. We tossed a coin off air to determine that Scott will be our contestant. And Scott, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
All right,
Hi, Scott.
Scott has promised to go to Moochie's as much as possible.
Excellent.
Have Philly
Good
cheese.
choice.
Not much of a sacrifice.
we all do our part in this desperate time.
Get the Philly cheesesteak.
yeah.
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls there. They're
I will
delicious.
try that. I've never had that before.
All right. We will toss a coin now to determine who goes first in this game, Scott. It gives you an advantage. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. Coin toss app says it is heads, as you can see. All right. I think that means you go first. That means you have an advantage in the game. This first question is yours alone to answer correctly. If you do, you get a point. If you get it incorrect, Gina then gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll then go back and forth until somebody has 3 points. So, Scott, Shaun of the Dead trivia. First question. What pub does everybody take refuge in? It's the name of the pub that everybody takes refuge in. Is it A, the Winchester, B, the Dorchester, C, Squatters, or D, the Sun Trap?
I'm going to go with A.
That would be a good choice. Thank you.
It's 1-0 for Scott. Now let's test Gina's knowledge of the wonderful comic zombie movie Shaun of the Dead. It's her turn to answer.
Gina.
Yes.
Nick Frost plays a character named Ed in the movie.
Yes.
What is written on Ed's T-shirt through the length of the movie? Is it A, I'd rather be Russian than a Democrat? B, I am drunk? C, I got wood? Or D, the word boner with like 2 robots on it?
B.
I am drunk?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Really?
Scott.
Chance to steal. Scott, what's the answer?
C.
I got wood is correct.
It's 2-0 for Scott, and in what may be a clean sweep, Scott controls the question with his dominance of the knowledge of the wonderful comic movie Shaun of the Dead.
It's better to be lucky than good.
All right. Scott, what crazy thing does Big Al believe? What crazy thing does Big Al believe? A, that there's a secret basement under Comet Pizza. B, dogs cannot look up. C, cats can secretly talk. Or D, COVID-19 is a hoax.
I'm going to go with B. I'm not sure about this one.
B, dogs cannot look up?
Uh-huh.
That is correct.
Scott,
Sweet.
you win the game.
Wow.
Not only are you
Hooray.
going to enjoy delicious food at Moochie's, meatballs and more, you win a Radio from Hell tote bag.
To put all your sandwiches in.
Your totes and sandwiches and egg rolls.
Egg rolls and all that.
Congratulations, Scott, and helping transfer power peacefully here on BG.
Oh, no problem. It's nice to finally meet you, Johnny.
All right, Scott.
Thank you.
Hang on the
Thank
line.
you, Scott.
Johnny fan.
Hang on the line.
I'll put that down as one fan.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information there, Scott. Thanks.
Summer.
Concerts and events are back. Win free tickets every weekday at 8, 2, 5, and 9. KXRK-FM in H21, Provo, Ogden, Salt Lake City.
Is
the
that what
summer of free tickets is on. X96.
Is that what you were going to say, Gene?
Yes. X96 welcomes Flogging Molly and the Violent Femmes to the complex on October 19th. Text the word BLISTER, BLISTER, to 33986 now for your chance to enter to win tickets to this live show coming this October.
And now, here he is, live in studio, Sean Patrick Means from the Salt Lake Tribune to review movies. Sean is fully vaccinated. That's why we've allowed him in.
Yep.
It's the only way you get in the door here. That's our rule.
In 3 months.
Yeah. And Sean is, now you've got several movies here. Did you see these at theaters or screeners?
The Black Widow I saw in the theater. The others I saw on my home computer.
Well, I think we need to get on with it because everyone wants to hear about Black Widow.
Okay.
So.
Well, there's one we got to catch up with from last week. Opened last week, called Summer of Soul.
I want to see this.
Full title is Summer of Soul, or When the Revolution Could Not Be Televised. This is one of the most fun movies you can see. 1969, same summer as Woodstock, there was this series of concerts in Harlem called the Harlem Cultural Festival. And it had, everybody you could think of was in this thing. Stevie Wonder, B.B. King, Gladys Knight, Nina Simone, the Staple Singers, Fifth Dimension, David Ruffin, Big Long, and best of all, Sly and the Family Stone, which is like the highlight of the show. Somebody filmed all this.
Really?
But then the film got buried in a basement somewhere for 50 years.
Well, who wants to see that? There's a bunch of black people out there. We don't want to see that.
Well, this is the thing. Okay, so they found the footage. They brought in a director, and they found the perfect guy to direct it. It's Amir Thompson, better known as Questlove.
Yeah.
And from The Roots, Tonight Show, you know that. And he understands. This is his first time directing a movie, but he really understands that the music is the star here. So getting the performances in there is great. But he also knows that there's a story here about black identity, black community in the 1960s, and that story is just as important now as it was then. There's so many really cool moments here. There's one where Mahalia Jackson, the great gospel singer, she's toward the end of her career. She's getting tired, and she hands the microphone over to a young Mavis Staples.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and on the same mic, and it's just,
cool.
It breaks her.
Love it.
And then watching Sly and the Family Stone, this multi-ethnic, multi-gender band is like Prince before Prince,
Yeah.
And when this premiered at Sundance, they announced that Questlove's next movie is going to be a documentary about Sly and the Family Stone.
Oh, good!
I can't wait. I got to see this now. But Summer of Soul, it opened in theaters last weekend. It's in theaters. It's on Hulu. Go to the theaters because their sound system is better than yours.
Okay.
All right.
You want a good sound system.
4 stars. It is so amazing.
Okay, great.
So, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So now what have we got?
Okay. The Loneliest Whale, The Search for 52. This is a documentary about an ongoing mystery in oceanography. Sometime in the 60s, in the 60s, people figured out that, whales did songs. Everybody knows humpback whale songs and all those. But they've also other whales make other sounds and so on. They found this one sound that on some secret U.S. Navy microphones. Yes, secret U.S. Navy microphones.
Okay. That's a thing.
And at a specific frequency, 52 hertz. But they could only find one. They could only and they thought that this one whale was the only one at this frequency, so no other whale could understand him.
Oh.
Or her. And it became known as the Loneliest Whale. Or just 52 is the name they give it, but they've never seen it. They don't don't know where it is. So the filmmaker here, he raises some money for an expedition. He did a Kickstarter campaign, and he got some rich people like Leonardo DiCaprio and Adrian Grenier to pony up some money.
Adrian.
And
he's Aquaman.
He's Aquaman. He cares about the oceans.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you. Unfortunately, there's not enough in this expedition to make a 95-minute movie. So it's kind of padded in places, but it's very earnest. It's very sweet, and the guy, the filmmaker is pretty engaging, and it makes up for the lack of a full-blown narrative.
So you like it, okay?
I like it, okay. It's 3 stars. It's playing at the District, Megaplex is the District, and then it's next Friday, it's going to be on VOD. So you
along the same theme, that movie My Octopus Teacher. which
Similar.
I watched. About this guy who befriends this octopus in the icy waters off Nova Scotia or wherever it was.
South Africa, but
And I heard a story the other day that said people who are experts about octopi and things like that said, this is all bunk. Absolute bunk. It's not that they're not smart creatures, they are.
They just want to be left alone.
But this was not the same octopus every time.
Oh, I see.
It was not the same octopus.
All right. Well, so you gave it 3 stars?
3 stars for The Loneliest Whale.
Loneliest Whale. All right, Black Widow.
Black Widow. This is the one everybody's been waiting for. It's been 2 years since we've gone to the theaters to see a Marvel movie.
So we got a whale movie and a spider movie. This is great.
Yes, perfect. And this is, it's a Marvel movie. It's big, energetic action, great set pieces.
How long ago was it made?
It's been sitting a little while. But
about a year and a half.
About a year and a half. It was supposed to come out May of last year, and then it didn't for all the reasons we keep talking about. What makes this one really worthwhile is it really finally gives Scarlett Johansson the chance to be front and center. She's no longer, all these years as Black Widow in the Marvel movies, either she's been the hottie in the catsuit, or she's been the office manager of the Avengers. She's always there with an iPad saying, "Well, we got to do this and this and this." She finally gets to do be a full rounded character this time around. It's great, and this is set in the space between Captain America: Civil War and Avengers: Infinity War.
Yes.
So she's on the run. She's trying to lay low in Norway, but she gets pulled back into something or other. She gets pulled back to Budapest, which we've heard about Budapest referenced frequently in the series.
What happened in Budapest?
Well, we're going to find out what happened in Budapest, and it ties into her past and the sins she's committed that she's tried to atone for by being an Avenger.
I got red in my ledger.
Exactly. And she also has family, sort of. She has a sister who was actually another Black Widow trainee, played by Florence Pugh.
Who's a great actress.
Wonderful actress. You saw her in she was the lead in Midsommar. She was she stole Little Women out from under Greta Gerwig and everybody, and Saoirse Ronan. She's just recently left the Black Widow Corps, and you don't leave the Black Widow Corps; they get mad at you.
They do.
So they have to team up, and they teamed up with their family. We find out in the intro that they were set up as a fake family, as Russian spies, a fake family in America. This isn't the prologues. This is all in the first 10 minutes. And the parents, played by Rachel Weisz and David Harbour. Okay. So Sheriff Hopper from Stranger Things.
Seems like an odd couple,
as the Red Guardian, who is sort of the Russian Captain America.
Yeah.
Although he's had a little bit too much of vodka.
Yeah.
he's a little pot-bellied.
Does he try to do a Russian accent?
He does a Russian accent.
And does he do okay?
Who cares?
It's one of those,
You just talk like this.
He talks like Chekhov. Yeah. It's just, so we get them. A lot of fun, a lot of good chemistry there.
And these are all deep dive Marvel characters.
These
too,
are
by the way.
and so they have to go after the guy who created the Black Widow program, played by Ray Winstone.
Oh,
and who's a great bad guy.
And he was my favorite Punisher.
Sexy Beast is great. So this is fun and exciting. Scarlett's really good as Natasha. She's coming to terms with her past and dealing with all that. And it really sets up that character well for what happens in Infinity War and what happens in Endgame for her.
And one of the bad guys is Taskmaster, who's one of my favorite Marvel villains. So I hope that they do him justice.
Does he make you do chores?
that character is
because I don't know
well
who's playing
explored.
Him. Yeah. I still don't know who's playing.
Don't tell.
I've avoided the spoilers.
There's.
Don't tell. Stop.
You already got it wrong from one standpoint anyway. So yeah.
Okay. All right.
So great cast, great fun. You've wanted to see a Marvel movie for a year and a half, 2 years. Now's your chance. And go for it. It's in theaters. It's in Disney Plus Premiere, so you got to pay the extra $30 to watch it at home. 3.5 stars. It's a lot of fun. You want to go see it in theaters and enjoy yourself. So.
Nice big one.
It's going to be the thing that gets Kerry Jackson in a theater.
Well, I bought the theater.
Just Kerry Jackson.
Just
in
me. Yep.
So Sean Means, thank you very much. You can read Sean's stuff in the Salt Lake Tribune, sltrib.com, also moviecricket.net. Do you have movies next week that you know about?
Space Jam: A New Legacy.
Oh, yeah,
LeBron,
that's right.
LeBron James and the Looney Tunes.
Right.
Yep. And all the intellectual property Warner Brothers can throw at you.
Exactly.
So it looks like finally Beck Street, southbound I-15, that area, it looks like that is cleared up finally. That's been a mess for most of the morning. But as far as UDOT is concerned, I've got green cameras there now, so that's good. Only accident to tell you about is crash northbound Redwood Road. This is at 2320 South, the right lane being affected there. And what do you see? You can text it to us if there's anything out there, 33986. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Here are the candidates for Boners Round 2 that you'll be considering. Number 1, police chases are hungry work. Number 2, you want to buy a duct-taped iguana? And number 3, no bobblehead for you, Bauer.
All right, Boners Round 2, Big Boy News, all coming up after these. Stand by.
Concerts are back.
And we've got free tickets.
Hundreds of free tickets, in fact.
There are so many concerts coming to you.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our beloved missionaries knocking on the door of a sand crawler on Tatooine.
Man, this thing is huge! Who ever heard of a camper being 100 feet long and nearly 60 feet tall?
Well, it's not really a camper. It's more like a mobile home. An entire tribe of Jawas call this sand crawler their home.
Well, I guess we better introduce ourselves before they decide to move on.
Hi there. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen. Hi. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to know more about it.
Lehi, I think my universal translator in my name badge is broken. Could you tell me what the little guy said?
Well, I didn't understand him either. Oh, no, our translators must not be programmed for Jawa. Now we'll never be able to bring them our message of salvation.
Excuse me, sir. Perhaps I could be of some assistance.
And I suppose that you speak Jawa.
I am a protocol droid, programmed in over 3 million forms of communication.
And I suppose that one of those over 3 million forms of communication is Jawa?
Oh, Jawa's like a second language to me. You be quiet, R2. I do speak Jawa like a native.
Well, then, if you wouldn't mind, could you tell us what they're saying? Talk to them.
Utna Bak Chala Elders? He says that they want your hyperbikes.
Well, you tell him that we need them to do our missionary work and that we would really need to be going soon, too.
Kala Chuk Nagda Zula Tem. Elders Lokta Nimboshan. Oh my.
What did he say?
He says that they will join your church in exchange for the hyperbikes, and they want to keep your name badges too.
They want eternal salvation and our hyperbikes?
Cool. They get our bikes and we get our first converts. What a deal. I mean, there must be 200, maybe 300 Jawas on board this piece of junk. I mean, we could convert them all.
Butch, those hyperbikes don't belong to us. They belong to the church.
And so will the Jawas after we baptize them.
Could this be it? Converts for Elders Christiansen and Jensen at last? Would the church frown on bartering for membership? And how many Jawas can you compare a Mark 32 hyperbikes with custom fender flares and luggage racks? Tune in next time to hear. And the Jawas to give back our name badges. We'll be on our way.
Well, all right. What if I give them my luggage rack and fender flares, and we just baptize, a couple of them?
No! That is your big problem, Butch. You always try to do things the easy way.
Oh, yeah? Well, listen to this. I've been letting you win at Scripture Chase.
On the next growth stunting episode of Space Elders!
Rod Stewart.
What?
I just saw this. There's pictures of Rod Stewart and his wife getting a cozy lunch date at the Subway near their Essex home. There's a picture of them sitting in the Subway. They ordered 2 6-inch subs.
Really? What beverage did they have, Gina? Did they have? I don't know if Subway is a Coke or a Pepsi venue. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I hope they had a cola.
You don't think of Rod Stewart as.
I don't think of Rod Stewart. Period.
And he didn't wait in a car and send his wife in.
Why would he?
He's just sitting there.
Why would he? He's a chivalrous man.
If I'm really hungry, I'll stop by the Subway. Come on, honey, let's get some.
See?
Thank you.
All right. 8:21 right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? Winning here does not make it boner of the day, you see, because it'll have to go up against the winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago. And we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day. It's when boner fight happens. Right now, pick your champion from this. Round 1, send it forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
tickets to Craft Lake City. X96 welcomes back Craft Lake City Festival. Listen to Radio from Hell all week to win your tickets to this annual local DIY festival at Utah State Fair Park, happening August 13th through the 15th. Go to x96.com right now and enter to win a VIP ticket package to the Rit Momney Show, happening on August 13th.
Boner candidate number 1. Police chases are hungry work. An incident at approximately 8:45 local time in where was this? At a McDonald's in somewhere. I'll get to it. So this woman is being chased by the police. They're in their car. She's in her car. Worcester. So it's Massachusetts.
Worcester.
The Worcester Police Department said that it received a call, 911 call, about a stolen pick-em-up truck in the eastern part of Worcester. When officers arrived on the scene, they spoke with a man who had made the call. He informed them that a woman, whom he said he did not know, had climbed into his pick-em-up truck and drove away. He told the officers that his pick-em-up truck had GPS and he could see its location. So the officers made their way to the area of the stolen vehicle. They were flagged down by another driver who told them that their car had been hit by a pick-em-up truck only minutes before, according to the police. With that information, plus the tracking vehicle at GPS, it didn't take long for the officers to find the suspect, identified as 39-year-old Johanna Gardwell of Worcester. By the way, the reason they were able to find her so easily, not only because of the GPS, not only because of but she had stopped at a McDonald's drive-thru because, well, we all know police chases are hungry work. She was being pursued. She had to stop for food. Boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2. You want to buy a duct-taped iguana? A Georgia man arrested after allegedly trying to sell duct-taped iguanas for $10 each in the parking lot of someplace, a Walmart, I think. Danielle Del Toro Mendez, a pet shop owner, is accused of capturing the iguanas in Florida and taking them back to Georgia to sell them from his SUV.
Did that work, I wonder? Like, you're going to shop at Walmart and there's a guy there saying, hey, you want to buy... Were there people that went, sure, I'll buy an iguana from you?
The iguanas were tied up, according to the police. Their legs were tied with duct tape. They were in a non-ventilated vehicle, and that could cause them to die.
Well, yeah.
Mr. Mendez was charged with 22 misdemeanor counts of animal cruelty. I guess his impression was this isn't an illegal act, said the police, but it is.
Yeah.
You know, particularly kidnapping an iguana and taking it across state lines, we know that's a crime. But duct taping the iguanas in Norcross, Georgia is where that occurred. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. No bobblehead for you, Bauer.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2, coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
It's the coldest, driest, windiest place on Earth where weird and wild creatures thrive. Antarctica transports you to the farthest reaches of the Earth and reveals that what happens there affects every single one of us. Now playing in Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
So it's been more than 10 years since Game of Thrones first premiered on HBO, and 2+ years since the fantasy series aired its controversial finale. But there are more stories left to tell about Westeros, and the next year we'll see the launch of the first of the first planned Game of Thrones spin-off show, House of Dragon. Now, if you were confused by the title or you don't know what to expect, don't worry. Here's everything you need to know about House of Dragon.
Okay.
Who's been cast. The principals have now been cast. Emma D'Arcy from Truth Seekers will play Princess Rhaena Targaryen. And then Rhys Ifans, I think is that how you say it?
Rhys fans?
Yeah, he's also in it. He will play the king, the hand of the king. And let's see, who else is in there?
He was in Notting Hill.
Yes, he was. And, Olivia Cook from Ready Player One will play Queen Alicent Hightower. The show, I think they're going to bring it this fall.
Really? That soon?
I know they're filming now.
They've been filming for a while.
Yeah.
They hadn't had it all cast, but they'd been doing a lot of filming. And what's it about? Well, it's the House of Dragon is rooted in Fire and Blood, the 700-page novel that Mr. Martin published in 2018, detailing the history of the House Targaryen. So it's events that happened before Game of Thrones. And if it's even halfway good, people will flock to it. It's almost a gimme, I would think. The Delta variant of the coronavirus, likely the most common strain of COVID in the United States right now, certainly is here in Utah. A lot more hospitalizations, and 80%, I think it said 80% of them, were the Delta variant coronavirus. The CDC estimates that 51.7% of new cases for the 2-week period ending July 3rd were linked to the Delta strain, while 28.7% of new cases were linked to the Alpha strain, which has been dominant in the U.S. since spring. So that's the one that's been here the whole time. The tallies are projections using case modeling and official breakdowns. They'll have a more detailed breakdown coming later this month. But some areas of the country, COVID cases linked to the Delta variant have skyrocketed, including in Utah.
Yes.
Earlier this week, California officials said the Delta variant was the most dominant strain there in new cases, 35% of all infections. The strain was linked to just 5.6 cases in May. By June, it was 35%.
And it's in the unvaccinated. I don't understand why you don't get it.
It's all in conservative areas and states that it's happening.
Studies have shown that the Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson vaccines were all effective against the Delta strain in varying capacities. The Biden administration on Tuesday announced a new summer-long push to vaccinate Americans who are hesitant to get inoculated. They're going to go door to door in a lot of neighborhoods to try and encourage people to get the vaccine. But, you know, I just don't know why you don't do it. It offers you, and it offers you a sense of security.
Yes, it's free. Yeah. It's available most of the time. Swing by Walgreens.
Yep.
You know.
Chad Daybell will not be prosecuted in the death of Charles Vallow.
Well, Lori's brother did that. It's hard to keep it all straight.
I even watched a documentary about this, and it's confusing.
Are they gonna need you up in Idaho, Gina, to handle this?
Yeah, I'm on alert at any point. Yeah. Did you know that they're already making a fictionalized version of this? Which why they're doing it before the trial is done, I don't know. But you know, it's starring Patrick Duffy as Chad Daybell.
Really?
Uh-huh.
God.
Well, you know, he has to work. This will give him something to sink his acting chops into.
And he'll wake up and it was all a dream.
It's all a dream.
Let's see. Local Black Lives Matter activist Lex Scott, and I can't imagine that she's surprised by this, has been getting death threats and all kinds of ugly messages sent to her because she said that on their Facebook, on the Black Lives Matter Utah Facebook page, that when she sees the American flag, she feels threatened. She thinks that whoever is flying that flag must be a racist, and she's been getting now death threats because of that, which is ridiculous. But it's gotten so bad, and from all over the country.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotten so bad, I think the Black Lives Matter Utah said that they were going to close down their Facebook page. They said, but that's okay. Facebook is for old people and racists.
Not helping.
I understand how she feels. I mean, I can't fully understand how she feels, but I am sympathetic.
It's my whole take back the flag thing, because I had those same feelings, Lex. When I would see the trucks drive up and down the street with the big flags hanging off, I made automatic assumptions about their politics, and that made me mad. This is my country too. Why do they get to co-opt the flag? So take back the flag.
And it should make you mad also because you can't always assume that. There are still people.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
I was guilty of making that assumption.
Yeah.
That, oh no, they're flying an American flag. I know what their politics are. No, this is my country too. I'm taking it back.
The Florida condo collapse. They've decided that they're just they're not going to find anybody.
It's not really a surprise, but making the decision to say it out loud.
Yeah. I guess, and I didn't realize this. So this was the South Tower, the part that collapsed, and then the part that they blew up. That's called There's another one right there. It's the North Tower, and the people who live there are nervous.
I'd be for getting out of there.
But apparently that inspectors who've been and they've been through the building. As soon as this happened, they were looking at it. They have said it seems to be much more better maintained for whatever reason. Different condo association, probably. The condo association in the South Tower, they put things off a lot. They didn't try to keep repairs up as time went on. Apparently, they've done a better job with that in the North Tower.
I think they
But
should let
people are still
anybody out
nervous.
of their lease or whatever with no questions asked.
Well, that's
let
not,
them go.
That's not going to happen. They won't. There are people who still own the condos who are now a pile of rubble, who will have to continue paying their
probably.
Really, if they have mortgages. If you have a mortgage and your house burns down, the bank doesn't just go, well, that's okay. You're still going to be paying them, I think. So the extraordinary heat wave that has scorched the Pacific Northwest, and I'm right when I say this is a scorcher.
Mm-hmm.
This is almost certainly, it would not have occurred without global warming. That's according to an international team of climate researchers. Temperatures are so extreme, including 116 degrees in Portland, a Canadian record of 121 in British Columbia.
Wow.
That researchers had difficulty saying just how rare the heat wave was, but they estimated that in any given year there was only a 0.1% chance of such an intense heat wave occurring. Although it is a rare event, it would have been virtually impossible without climate change, said one researcher. And let's see, one final quick story. Let's go to the Now That's Fun file.
Now that's fun.
Now that's fun. Let's see if I have a Now That's Fun. An Idaho man has set a Guinness World Record balancing a garden hoe on his head for over 2.5 hours.
Why? Why?
To set the Guinness
so he can
record.
be in the Guinness Book of World Records.
And to what?
He is, Gina. There are here. This is something that people call aspirations. Okay, maybe you should try to have a few.
To balance a hoe on my nose?
Head
on
his forehead. He's like this,
Okay. Is there money involved?
David Rush, who has broken more than 100. Oh well. See, it's his job. He has broken more than 150 Guinness records to promote STEM education.
Okay, so there's a reason.
He previously held the record for the longest duration balancing an object on the head, but his title was taken away by somebody who beat his time. Rush said, it takes physical and mental stamina. You have to keep an object balanced on your head for a long period of time. He said he rotated between 3 different standing positions to support the muscles required for the record. It was a 2-pound, 3-ounce garden hoe that he balanced on his head for 2 hours, 36 minutes, and 6 seconds.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
Well, it's official.
What is?
So Japan, Tokyo, spent years and millions of dollars building stadiums and venues and parking and hotels and for all of the spectators that are coming to the Olympics.
Mm-hmm, yeah, it'll be fun.
Well, Japan is on lockdown now. Their COVID cases have gotten so bad that the state of emergency was declared today. And they have made the official decision to not have any spectators at the Olympics. Now, they were just going to be locals.
Yeah.
Because they were saying tourists can't.
Mm-hmm.
Which that was already a huge blow, not having tourists there. But now it will be empty stadiums.
Great!
But the pandemic's over. I don't understand. They had that big Freedom Festival in Utah County last week. There are 300,000 people down there. The pandemic's over, right?
Yeah.
Nope.
Thanks. That's great.
It's not over then, is what you're saying.
No, it's not. Real Salt Lake won last night. They beat the other home team, Vancouver, 4-0. And exciting news for Bill. It's a big homestand at the Salt Lake Bees with the dreaded Sacramento River Cats.
They're not dreaded. They're hated. The hated Sacramento River Cats.
And it's Thirsty Thursday tonight, so go have a beer and cheer.
Get drunk and heckle the River Cats.
Yep.
Weather, like we've been saying, it's ridiculously hot here as well. Just so you know, the Salt Lake County has some cooling centers, free places to go cool off. You don't have air conditioning or swamp cooler or something, you can go to slco.org. A cool zone is the program where you can go somewhere and cool off. And you're going to need to, because broke records yesterday at 104, could do it again today. Projected high of 103, 102 tomorrow. The successive heat warning is in effect, and there's no relief inside. The relief is when it dips below 100. That's the relief.
All right, everybody, stay hydrated, okay? Stay hydrated.
Traffic, we've got signal problems all directions, 21st south at 3rd west in Salt Lake. We also have a crash. This is up by East Canyon, eastbound I-80, milepost 134. And crash northbound Redwood Road, 2320 south in West Valley. And I think that is it. Nobody sent anything in via text, but you can't always do that. Please, if it's safe for you, 33986 is where you do that. For a limited time, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $39 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
Here's boner candidate number 3. No bobblehead for you, Bauer. So 30-year-old Trevor Bauer of the Los Angeles Dodgers is he has serious assault allegations against him. A woman claims that Mr. Bauer punched and choked her during 2 sexual encounters earlier this year, and so it was supposed to be Trevor Bauer bobblehead night at the Dodgers game. Well, oops. The Dodgers say no, we will not be handing out Trevor Bauer bobbleheads. They've scrapped the promotion for now. He's on paid leave as Major League Baseball investigates the claims. According to L.A. Times, the Dodgers have decided it was best to take the Cy Young winning pitcher off of their promotion schedule, with the bobblehead originally set to be handed out on August 19th against the Mets. The game is still listed on the team's promo section. It's unclear whether Bauer will pitch, but no bobblehead for you, Bauer. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, police chases are hungry work. And that's a woman who stole a car. The chase ended because the cops found her at the McDonald's drive-thru ordering food in the middle of the pursuit. Boner candidate number 2, you want to buy a duct-taped iguana? A Georgia man trying to sell iguanas that he had captured in, I think, Florida and brought across the border, trying to sell them for $10 in a parking lot, and they were tied with duct tape. Their legs were tied with
cruel.
Duct tape. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And boner candidate number 3, no bobblehead for you, Bauer.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? Winning here means it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. That's when boner fight happens. Right now, send one of these 3 from this round 2 forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth right in there, 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting July 8, 2021, and vote there. All right, you have until the end of these messages. Let's go. It's round 2.
Today's word is barium. Spell it with me now, B-A-R-I-U-M, barium. Now we'll use it in some dialogue, starring as those 2 faithful Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Join us as a conversation takes place in LeVar's trailer as our 2 friends eat lunch together. The word again is barium.
Really? Because only I know
Hey, what's that funny smell in the trailer here,
Huh?
LeVar? I just about can't stand it.
What?
I mean, your trailer usually smells pretty bad, but this is about the worst. Pass me the tartar sauce and lemon wedges, please.
Here you go. Well, LeGrand, the smell you smell could be emanating from any one of a number of sources. Could be coming from that garbage pail I keep over there by the fridge, or from that pile of garbage I keep under the trailer. Or, you know, it could be wafting in from that landfill right next door. Then what you could be smelling is my feet, 'cause I ain't changed these socks for about a fortnight. That's 2 weeks, you know. I've been reading the Reader's Digest condensed Shakespeare.
No, it don't smell like none of those things. It smells kind of like a old lily pond, or like a fish market or something. It's a wet kind of dead smell.
Wet and dead? Must be my old fish. They both passed away a few days ago. See? They're just floating in the jar over there.
Oh, no. When did the poor little things die?
Well, it's been a while. When I saw them floating in the jar there, I thought they was sleeping. I kept giving them food, and they wasn't eating it, so I figured out that they was dead. Poor little Jaws and poor little Flipper. Ain't never gonna swim again.
Oh, no.
Ain't never gonna respond to my call. Ain't never gonna snuggle up to my finger when I reach in to pet him. Ain't never gonna bring me my slippers again. Guess I'll just flush them down the crapper.
No! No, you can't do that.
Well,
them fish brought you your slippers?
Well, they hadn't mastered it yet, but I was training them. And why can't I drop them in the bowl and pull the lever?
Because it would destroy their immortal souls. Going down the sewer is like being cast into outer darkness. They need to receive a proper funeral so they can be reunited forever in heaven. They was married, wasn't they?
Well, I guess. So now what you're saying is I need to dig a hole and bury them?
Yep. Have a ceremony and bury them.
Well, I tell you, LeGrand, I love these little fishy friends of mine. But I think you're out of your nut. Besides, it's too much trouble to dig a hole and bury them. This watery grave is like being buried at sea. Goodbye, little fishies.
You're a cold man, LeVar. Hey, you gonna eat the rest of your fish sticks?
Bob's House of Hose.
Nancy Pelosi's husband got PPP loan from the federal government.
Did Bob's House of Hose get a PPP?
I don't know. I'll have to check with Bob and see.
Bob's House of Hose did not receive PPE. Bob's House of Hose is too small of a business, even though these loans were meant for small business.
Bob,
Yeah.
how many employees?
I'm not actually Bob, you realize. I'm the announcer for Bob's House of Hose.
Well, announcer, how
I
many?
can get Bob if you'd like.
Is he there?
Bob's here in the sound booth with me.
Nice.
Telling you what to say.
What do you want?
Bob is the only employee at Bob's House of
I'm an
Hose.
independent contractor.
Obama! Says Bob House of Hose. Obama!
Contrary to popular opinion, I'm not Bocephus.
Obama!
There he is.
Okay, it's 8:48. Let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a handful of pistachios.
And injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Boner candidate number 1. Police chases our hungry work. A woman being pursued by the police, she was captured mainly because, partially because she stopped at a McDonald's drive-thru for...
Their fries are very good,
Well,
and you
and
don't get them in prison, so you got to get one last run before prison.
And you get hungry when you're trying to evade the police. I had a Big Mac the other day at a drive-thru in Oregon, and I had not done that, and I ate it in the car while we were driving. I haven't done that for so long. First of all, it's difficult. It's just really hard to eat a hamburger while you're driving.
Mm-hmm. Which is why you shouldn't.
No, you shouldn't, really. But we were pushing through. But man, that Big Mac was delicious. Man, it was good.
So think about, you're on your way to jail. You want one more of those before you go, Bill, don't you?
Yeah, and 19 people thought about that and voted for it.
Okay.
Boner candidate number 2, you want to buy a duct-taped iguana. A guy trying to sell duct-taped iguanas for $10 each in the parking lot in Georgia. And boner candidate number 3, no bobblehead for you, Bauer. Several people voted for that, but it was not enough to overcome the animal cruelty. Boner candidate number 2, the duct-taped iguanas, wins.
All right, there you go. That's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. You'll find out at 9:20. Well, you'll vote at 9:20, and then we'll find out.
Yeah.
All right.
You want a list?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
You know, I don't really screen these very well.
Uh-oh. You've got into it and have changed your mind.
No, I don't know. I haven't really looked at it that closely. I'm just warning you.
This could be bad.
It says, here are 16 celebrities who were discovered in wild, unusual ways.
Man, that's
Now,
wild.
let's see how wild this really is.
This is wild.
First one they mention is Vin Diesel. When he was 7 years old, a play director caught him and his friends breaking into a theater. Instead of getting him into trouble, she cast them in the upcoming play. And Vin Diesel went on to become a really bad actor.
Vin Diesel.
That's a good story.
Is it? I guess it. Okay. Number 2, music manager Scooter Braun.
Ooh, he's a jerk.
Is he?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was searching for a different artist on YouTube when he accidentally clicked on one of Justin Bieber's videos instead. And thereby discovered Justin Bieber.
And there you go.
That's not that wild.
Wild.
Tracy Chapman. Does anybody know who Tracy Chapman is?
Fast car?
You got a fast car.
When Tracy Chapman was a student at Tufts University, her classmate, Brian Koppelman, stole one of her demos and sent it to his father, who was a music executive.
Okay.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
Giselle Bundchen. That's is that Tom Brady's
Yep.
wife? Signed up for a modeling course to get a free trip to Sao Paulo. So if you sign up and pay the money for the modeling course, we'll give you a trip to Sao Paulo. While she was on the trip, a modeling agent scouted her out at a McDonald's.
Having a Big Mac while driving a car? Is that what she was doing?
I don't know if she's driving, but she was there having some food. Rosario Dawson. Haven't you wondered how Rosario Dawson was ever
Because
discovered?
the Giselle one is, she was a model. She's pretty.
Yeah.
She was discovered because she's pretty.
Yeah.
Okay, Rosario Dawson.
When a commercial was shooting outside of her apartment, 15-year-old Rosario Dawson sat on the front porch until a director and a screenwriter saw her sitting there and said, hey, you want to be in a movie?
Oh.
And she said,
okay.
Yeah. These are not that wild.
Wow.
Oh, Anna Taylor-Joy.
Okay.
The Queen's Gambit.
She was playing chess in the park. No?
She was scouted as a model on the street while she was walking her dog. Somebody said, you have an unusual but very attractive look. And I think you could agree. She is very attractive, but in an unusual way. And they just spotted her on the street, Pamela Anderson was at a BC Lions football game, British Columbia, a Canadian football game. A camera operator pointed the camera at her, just, as they do with people in the stands, and broadcast her image onto the Jumbotron.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Who's that?
And everybody went, wow. And she became a local celebrity and then got to work with Tim Allen.
She was a St. Pauli girl as well.
Oh, was she?
At one time, yeah. One of those people that promote beer.
Mandy Moore. No, that's not an interesting one at all. and who cares about Mandy Moore? Nick Jonas's mom took him to the hair salon where somebody overheard him singing at the hair salon.
Why is he singing at the hair salon?
Just to entertain the
We couldn't afford to pay for my haircut, so
Sing for your haircut.
sang for it.
Jason Statham was selling fake jewelry on the streets of London.
Really?
Yeah, and somebody, a modeling agent or somebody, saw him and said, you have a unique look. I know a guy named Guy Ritchie. He might want to put you in his movie. And the first role he played was somebody selling jewelry on the black market.
You see this watch? It's a Casio.
Marilyn Monroe, working as an aircraft factory. She was working in an aircraft factory when a touring Army photographer took her picture and then went, hubba, hubba. That was his exact words.
He said hubba, hubba?
It was back when they said hubba, hubba.
Oh.
Hubba, hubba. I'm going to try and bring that
No,
back.
don't.
Hubba, hubba back.
I wish you wouldn't.
Hubba, hubba. So she started working as a model right away. These are really marginally interesting.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
I don't care about Catherine.
No.
She's a Utah. That's the one you should have done.
All right, traffic.
Friend of the program says accident on Old Highway in Marriott Slaterville. There are detours and major traffic backups. Thank you for sending that in. Signal problems all directions, 21st South 3rd West in Salt Lake. And I'm looking at the UDOT cameras. Looks like everything else is flowing well. So enjoy your commute the rest of the morning. If you do see something, you can always send it to us, 33986.
All right, thank you. We will take a break. We will be back with a reasonable amount of news. We got Boner Fight on the way. All that's coming up. Stand by. KXRK Provo.
Last year.
I didn't see any of this. I just heard it secondhand.
I had a major breakthrough with Gina this weekend when we were in L.A. I got her drunk 3 times.
He did.
And it wasn't hard. Really.
It cost him a total of $10 for all 3 times.
Each time. He's a cheap drunk.
Well, see, this is a little secret. You don't take a girl to dinner and then drinks. You always take her to drinks first.
Sure.
Because she's drinking on an empty stomach.
Yes, she is.
Now, you tell me what you remember, and I'll fill in the holes.
Well, I remember...
Because there were some things that she said that she doesn't remember.
I think you're making stuff up to make me think I was drunker than you think I am.
I'm not making anything up. I don't need to.
To make you thinker than I drunk I am.
Yeah.
So the first night we were there, Bill was with his family doing family stuff. So Carrie...
Every night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Carrie was babysitting me.
Because Gina has to have somebody babysit.
I was all alone.
Usually it's both of us, Carrie and I. And when it's Carrie and it's me babysitting Gina, it's like those old cartoons with the little devil on one shoulder and the good angel on the other shoulder. Carrie, of course, being the little devil.
Carrie's been trying to get me drunk for years.
Well, I begged you to start drinking.
Yeah.
And I
wasn't doing it on my own.
And I always say, no, you don't have to.
It's okay. So we go to Trader Vic's, which is in the hotel.
It's connected to
it's an old hotel, so there's no straight route to get to Trader Vic's. You have to wind through hallways and.
Because they never do things like that in new buildings.
No, well, it just
sure been around a lot, haven't you?
It was a circuitous route to get there.
Sure.
And we sit down, and Ben, the bartender, brings over the menu. And this is the menu of the drinks, not the menu of the food.
Trader Vic's famous for its big frou-frou.
Fruity drinks. Drinks served in coconuts with parasols and giant chunks of, watermelon and pineapple.
You can buy Trader Vic's syrups and things for drinks.
And I said, well, I'd like a margarita, because that's whenever I do actually have a mixed drink, that's the one I have. And I said, do you think I can get
And she
one
doesn't
here?
have a real margarita. She has a snow cone, essentially.
Yeah, because a real margarita is not blended.
No.
So I said, well, I'd like that. And Carrie said, well, I'm sure he can make you that. And I said, no, I'm here. I'm going to order something off the
You
menu.
go, girl.
So
Empowerment.
So she ordered, what was it? I don't remember
know.
what it was called.
Had-
Some kind of rum punch thing.
Yeah.
Come on. You don't know that?
I don't remember what it was called. Okay. It was it was in a tall glass. It was red. It looked like Hawaiian punch.
Had umbrellas and
Had a
fruit
chunk of
and-
pineapple and all that stuff.
Okay.
And I had one.
Yeah.
And this is before the food. And then Carrie ordered another, and he made me get another. And that was it.
That was it. She was gone.
Where did she go?
Empty stomach, drink and a half. She was in outer space.
I was giggling, and I kept leaning on you, I think.
You did.
Did I touch you a lot?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then you told me after the fact that I was saying
I want you to
things.
tell me what you remember. Then I will fill in the holes. What do you remember after that?
I remember I ordered a steak.
Uh-huh.
And
you like the steak.
The
you
steak was
ate
good.
it all.
Yeah. And, lettuce wraps. I had some lettuce wraps.
She was proud of the fact that she had a lettuce wrap.
Yeah.
And this is all after one drink.
Yeah.
I had a fortune cookie with a misspelling on it.
Oh, did you save that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I have that. That's all I remember, really.
You remember going back to the room?
Did you guys go back to the same room?
Or did you just wake up in your room?
No, I went back there somehow.
You went back to your room and then you watched Dances with Wolves.
Oh, that's what I did.
That's what you do remember.
Because it was on HBO. Although I always have to turn it off when the white man comes, because that's when it gets sad.
I always have to turn it, which implies, of course, that she watches it over and over and over again.
Okay.
So that's what I remember.
That's what you remember. Okay.
What is she leaving out?
A lot.
What?
Giggling uncontrollably.
About?
Being drunk.
This is.
I'm a naughty girl.
This is a drink and a half.
And I kept calling her.
I'm not exaggerating.
All I had to do to elicit, not kidding, 3 minutes worth of uncontrolled giggling was call her Drinky McWeather. That was all I had to do.
Well, see, it's working now, and she's sober, so I think she's sober.
I have muscle memory from
Drinky McWeather.
How would it be possible for you to have muscle memory? It would imply muscles.
That's right. All through the rest of dinner, she just kept laughing when she wasn't eating, and she kept saying, "I'm not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date." I said, "No, Gina, of course you're not. You drank on an empty stomach. It's more efficient that way."
But I never do. I'm
not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date.
I never do that. I surprised myself how drunk I was on so little alcohol.
Now, the other thing she left out was when she was sober. When we were walking to Trader Vic's, that long walk that she talked about, there's a very long hallway to get there.
Yeah.
So now she's plastered, and we're heading back to the room. And she stops at the entrance to this long hallway, kind of teeters a bit, steadies herself with her elbow up against the wall of the hallway.
Good Lord.
And
you remember
says-
this? Yeah.
And says, "Man, this is a long hallway."
I had to work up the courage to walk down it.
Well, apparently your bar manager, Mr. Ben Chung at Trader Vic's at the Beverly Hilton, Mr. Ben Chung being the bar
That's
manager.
who waited on us.
Was it really?
It was Ben.
He's famous.
He apparently mixed you a fine drink.
Yes, he did.
Ben Chung. He's famous. He cared. He made my Mai Tai with love.
He
Ben
did.
Chung did.
I saw him add the
Because
love.
I went there later and had someone else mix me another Mai Tai, and it wasn't as good.
Wasn't Ben.
Ben's the guy.
Well, you should have taken it up with the general manager, Mr. Chai Rohana.
Also a good man.
Yeah.
I saw him. I saw the name Chai on his name
There
tag,
you
and
go.
I
C-H-A-I.
chuckled because I was like, I love to drink chai.
Yeah.
I wonder if he uses that.
He's the
Anyway,
general manager.
so I get her to her elevator because she was in a different wing of the hotel than we were. Get her to her
I don't
elevator.
remember this part at all.
She took my hand as if she was going to kiss it.
You're making this.
I'm not making this up. And said, Thank you so much, Carrie Jackson. Thank you.
Good Lord.
I'm not making that.
And given that, you put her on an elevator by herself?
I thought she'd be okay.
I'll bet she slept in the hall outside of her room for a good 2 hours.
I made it back and watched Dances with Wolves.
So
after a while.
So the second night, I got her drunk out at the El Torito Grill, and she got in the car, and after she made me take her to Cheesecake Factory to get a slice of cheesecake to go.
Well, we were on our way.
We were there.
She says, I'm going to get this. I'm going to eat it on the way home, she said. Well, she laid down in the back of the car and fell asleep.
I didn't eat it.
And then didn't eat the cheesecake because it had been out too long. Yeah. Third night.
You said I snored.
Yeah, you did. It was so. She has a cute little snore. It's funny. And then the third was I got her drunk on good margaritas at Tortilla Joe's in downtown Disney, and made her walk around Disneyland drunk.
3 nights in a row.
You're still hungover, aren't you?
Not only do I never do that, I certainly have never done it 3 nights in a row.
Wouldn't you like to do it again now that you've done it?
I can be Drinky McWeather all the time.
You can do that at home every night if you want.
No, that's just sad is what that is.
Why? I do it.
You call it sad, I call it fun.
Yeah, but you're not alone.
I call it relaxing.
You're not alone. It's sad when you drink alone.
You have a son?
Yeah.
Honey, go get Mommy a drink.
Go get Mommy a Mai Tai out of the fridge. One of the cans of Trader Vic's.
I'm going to teach you how to make the perfect margarita.
I didn't see any of this. I just heard. My little daughter, who is 4, she takes amusement in her father's flatulence. You know,
is this a daily occurrence?
Oh God, yes. You know, and I use the dumb old dad jokes of, you know, it's a farting or it's a barking spider.
Barking spider.
And she'll always go, "It's not a barking spider, Dad. That's a foding spider."
My dad always said it was a buck snort.
Buck. Oh, let me try. Or sometimes I'll say that bear's been following us around, or did somebody step on a duck?
Yeah.
Is the other one.
Hear that? Buck snort.
Yeah. She likes the duck one too. But she also is occasionally flatulent. And I was lying on her bed with her, reading her a story, as I do fairly often, before she went to bed, and she just ripped.
She ripped a good one, huh?
Just ripped one.
Daddy's little girl.
Yeah. And I
so
said,
like us. I learned it from watching you.
I said, honey, that was.
Did you high five her?
High five.
That was a loud one, and she said, it sounded like a door closing.
She means like the creak of the door.
And I said it did kind of, and she said, a door with rusty hinges. Ouch! I just thought
she's creative.
I thought that was the best.
So, our children are learning from you.
So now it's just, hey, did somebody close a door with rusty hinges?
Somebody oil those hinges.
I just thought that was the best. A door.
Get some 3-in-1 oil on those hinges.
So that was it. It's just one of those. Kids say the darn.
Buzz on this day.
Yeah, in 1961, Andrew John Fletcher, English keyboard player and founding member of the electronic band Depeche Mode, was born.
What has become of him, and what has become of Depeche Mode? Have we heard much out of them?
I think they're still
doing
doing stuff. Didn't they have they had a new thing out recently, a year or so ago?
I don't know.
It was like an anti-Trump song.
Why isn't Todd running?
Where's Todd?
Todd should be running in here immediately.
It's like Violent Femmes.
They're coming to town.
Coming to town, yeah. And this has probably been 3 or 4 years ago now. They had a new album out, and probably it was the first album they'd done together for quite some time. And I saw them on TV. I don't remember what show it was, but they were. It was really good, and they sounded like the Violent Femmes.
What else they sound?
Well, I mean, it sounded like old stuff,
Oh.
sort of, you know. But although it was a new record, and I just don't think it went anywhere, and I wonder, you know, sometimes it's a weird balancing act that artists have to do. Do we want to sound exactly like we have always
our
sounded?
fans
Yeah,
expect us to sound a certain way.
yeah. Or do we experiment a little bit and try and do something different? And
No, Depeche Mode had that problem when they did Violator. Sounded very different from what we just played there.
Yeah.
And their fans were like, "Hey, now
you can't do that.
but
what
they-
are these guitars you put in? You can't have guitars in a Depeche Mode."
But that
song."
album changed.
was huge.
It was a game changer.
It
for
was
them.
huge. But it was a gamble. They, you know, are our fans going to come along with us on this?
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of times they don't. They won't do it. And a lot of times it's not successful. They're just a band is good at sounding a certain way, and they try and do something else, and it doesn't sound very good.
I'm still waiting for Todd to come on.
Depeche Mode had a new album a few years ago, played at USANA 2017.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know why Midnight Oil, for instance, they have had new records out, and I don't know why we don't play them.
Well, they're not together anymore, are they?
Well, they had a record out 4 or 5 years ago, I think. I don't know if they're doing anything right now, but I think they are, as a matter of fact.
Andy Fletcher produces a lot of bands. He lives in Scotland. Depeche Mode get together every 3 to 4 years to write a new album and go on tour.
So, and I think we should, try to keep up with some of that stuff and play it. And we don't. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to happen. And it's not just here.
Listen,
it's everybody.
If it was up to Todd, we'd be playing Depeche Mode 24/7.
Well, you throw in a little erasure.
A New Order.
Yeah. Todd loves the
Which is why we have our classic X96
Yes,
HD channel.
there you go.
Should we see what's playing on there?
If you want.
Yeah, what's there now?
Is there a button to push?
Yeah, there is.
You're getting fancy now, Carrie. That's a button you haven't pushed in a year
Oh.
and a half.
It was here yesterday, but it's not here now.
Oh.
I think somebody probably thought, I'll bet Carrie's going to try and push this.
We better
Let's
get
move
rid
it.
of that.
Yeah, let's move it. Yeah.
Oh, Katie's coming in to push.
Katie has run into
It's been
the,
taken off, so it's not there anymore.
She'll find it. No, she won't.
Yeah, she will. It just takes a minute.
HD, that never quite caught on. It's not.
Sure it is. It's right here.
Yeah. Let's see what.
Suzanne Vega.
Yeah, that's what we're playing right now. My wife's car has the HD channels.
Does it?
Yeah, so we can listen to
Yeah,
this.
mine does too.
Mine does not. But you can listen to this online whether you have the HD radio or not.
I'm pretty sure I used to listen to this song in my dad's car.
I have an HD portable radio.
Nice.
I bought it. Why did I buy that? I don't know. I bought it at Best Buy a year ago, and I have never.
Just for the hell of it?
There was some specific reason it's not important, but I've hardly ever listened to it.
Mm-hmm. And you're also being excuse me, Gina.
For what?
Depeche Mode added guitars with songs of faith and devotion before Violator.
Okay.
Dummy.
Excuse me. I'll bet that's Todd. Let me check the number. All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight. We've got a reasonable amount of news coming up. Stand by for all of that. And let's see. Let me make sure I do this right. UtahAdvocates.com. Go there any time of day, and you can, there's a little chat feature down there, and you can chat with an attorney, not a bot, not a gatekeeper, not a service, but an actual attorney. They take turns 24/7.
And they will be frank with you either there on the chat feature at UtahAdvocates.com or if you want to call them at 801
355-5550.
Sorry, I wasn't quite fast.
I know. I
enough
was trying to help you out.
I paused. I should just keep going.
Yeah, go.
So they're frank with you there. They can you can talk about your legal situation, and they will tell you, I don't think you have a case, or it sounds like it's something we should pursue. Why don't we do this further?
Mm-hmm.
So and they don't charge you any money unless they take your case and get you a settlement. So it's UtahAdvocates.com, 801-355-5550.
Many
Hello, kitties. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. Since this is tax season, I thought you might want to hear a story from the big ledger about filing your taxes. Today's installment concerns the do's and don'ts of claiming deductions. Pay careful attention now, or you may have to pay more later.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, I've looked over your return, and I have a few questions about some of your deductions.
Oh, my, is there something wrong?
Well, you've claimed over $9,000 in medical expenses.
That's correct. I have all the receipts right here in this shoebox.
You seem to be in perfect health. Now, some of these procedures seem a bit odd.
Oh?
Spaying.
Yes.
Neutering.
Yes.
Hairball removal.
Yes.
These are services performed on your cat.
Oh, yes, I love cats. I have over 30 of them.
You can't claim your pet's medical expenses.
But they're like family to me.
It's not allowed by the IRS.
Well, could I claim them as a home improvement?
How so?
Well, they keep me toasty warm in the winter. They're like portable space heaters.
I don't think so.
Well, they shed a lot.
So?
Their excess fur helps insulate my house. Better R value than the pink fiberglass stuff.
And no.
Can I claim them as my children?
And no. The government would never overlook you being 80 years old with more than 30 dependents, some of whom are named Buffy, Tabby, and Mr. Boots.
Well, I've made sure they all have Social Security numbers.
Well, why didn't you say so? Sign here. You can expect a hefty refund.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Smith, send in Mr. Thompson, will you?
Oh,
The guy who wants to deduct his dog as a home security system.
okay.
Well, kiddies, it does pay to keep good records after all. Looks like Mrs. Johnson is in for a windfall. If she can avoid an audit by the IRS, that is. Maybe the nice accountant fellow from S&M Block Jail for her. Remember to file on time, and if you need any help with those tricky forms, don't hesitate to ask your old friend, the bookkeeper.
Excuse me.
Oh, you get to excuse me back now?
I was right. Violator came out before Songs of Faith and Devotion, or Madam.
I'm texting them back right now.
And Midnight Oil scheduled to headline Blues Fest 2021 this October.
You should go.
Where is it?
Australia.
You should go.
Okay, I will. Try and stop me. Just try.
Just try it.
Just try and stop me.
Oh, she doesn't need to try.
Just try.
Okay, let's see. Now, we do have a boner fight happening here, but we'll get to that in about 7 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by...
Park City's annual Savor the Cocktail Contest runs now through August 31st. Enjoy original cocktails from participating bars and restaurants. Then vote for your favorite. You must be 21 to participate. Find details at parkcityrestaurants.com.
Scarlett Johansson. She's a Black Widow, you know.
Mm-hmm.
She's expecting a baby.
She's what?
She's expecting a baby.
She's expecting a baby. What is she expecting out of this baby?
She's expecting it to grow in her belly.
Colin Jost put a baby in Scarlett Johansson's belly?
Yeah, she punched him in the face and he did it. I think it was him that kept saying he always thinks...
That's his book.
Is that
the
what it's
title
called?
of his book.
Yeah, he's
punchable face, very punchable face.
And he agrees with that assessment. I look at myself and I think, it's a punchable face.
Well, she will give birth to an 8-pound baby cheekbone, is what will happen.
With no upper
between
lip.
the two of them. I'm sure her lips will compensate in the genetic makeup.
That's possible. That's certainly possible. An insider added,
Scarlett is actually due very soon. I know she and Colin are thrilled.
Well, yeah, there was a story. I thought Kerry was going to have this in his Geek News, that there have been screenings and things for Black Widow and openings, and she hasn't been at them because she's apparently great with child.
She doesn't want anybody to see that.
Well, maybe she's uncomfortable. Maybe she's...
Yeah, she was absent from the Black Widow screening in the Hamptons on Friday. Her co-star David Harbour was there doing his Russian accent, followed by a party at Mariska Hargitay's, and she wasn't there either.
Stars are so like us.
No kidding. Well, she and Colin own a home on Montauk where they're frequently seen out and about together. The Hamptons source said, Scarlett usually spends a lot of the summer... I don't know why I'm using these weird voices.
I don't know.
I have no idea. Mainly because I think I'm bored with the story and I'm trying to... let's see what else we have here. Now, I didn't know who this actor was, but apparently beloved, Suzanne Douglas has died at the age of 64. Cause of death has not been disclosed.
She looks familiar to me. I don't know where
I think
I've seen
she's
her.
Well, she's on. She is most recently on The Parenthood from 1995 to 99. But she's been on a lot of stuff and done a lot of things. And I happened to just see a video of her tap dancing with Gregory Hines.
Really? Oh, really?
Yeah, and she was great. I mean, he's obviously very proficient tap dancer. You remember where Gregory Hines came from? First, we heard of where we first heard of Gregory Hines.
Mm-mm.
On TV with his dad and his brother, Hines, and Dad, and they did a trio.
It's probably on like the Mike Douglas show.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, they did a trio tap dancing act. His dad and he and his brother. But she was fantastic. She was only 64. Cause of death has not been disclosed. Let's see. Gina, you'll be happy to know that plant-based meats alternatives...
They're not meat. It's not meat. Call it something else.
I know, Gina. I just said it's a plant-based meat alternative. It is not meat. It is a meat alternative. It may look and cook like meat, but scientists say the nutritional components are not the same. Well, duh. Researchers at Duke University compared 36 food samples, 18 of widely known plant-based meat alternatives, to 18 grass-fed ground beef options from a ranch in Idaho. For each sample, they measured the number of metabolites, which are small molecules that make up the nutrients in foods. The study, published in some science book, discovered that the beef contained 22 metabolites that the plant substitutes did not have. Now, that could be that those are the 22 metabolites that cause cancer. I don't know. But
It's a veggie burger. Just call it that.
Well, we could put.
What's your problem?
We could put vitamins in it.
I just think it's funny when they use the word meat to describe it. Just call it something else. It's a meat substitute. Why does it have to be a meat substitute? It can just be its own thing.
Because you have it in place of meat. I don't think I'll have meat tonight. I think I'll substitute it with this.
Is pasta a meat substitute? Is a salad a meat substitute?
No, that's why they don't say pasta a meat alternative.
I know.
They don't say that because it isn't.
I even chewed on the gristle until all the meat was gone.
I think I'll have a pasta burger tonight.
Get those meatballs away from me.
No kidding. No kidding.
I think you're overthinking this, Gina.
I do too. It's just
I'm just defending meat. That's all.
Well, meat does not need you to defend it.
Meat is under attack.
You can't
cancel culture for meat is out of control.
Gina, meat has got your back. Don't worry.
You can't beat meat. I'm telling you, you cannot beat meat. Let's see here. Britney Spears. Her mother has spoken up. She has not said much about all of this, interestingly enough. But her mother, Lynn Spears, said, I think that Britney ought to be able to hire her own lawyer.
Well, because her lawyer just quit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Lynn, who has never had a formal role in what she called Britney's unique conservatorship, but is considered an interested party, asked in a petition obtained by Page Six that the court listen to the wishes of her daughter, which include allowing the toxic singer, I hate it when they do that, to hire her own private legal counsel for the first time in 13 years. I guess she's been prohibited from hiring.
Well,
her own
she had a
lawyer.
court-appointed attorney.
Mm-hmm.
And Sharon.
It's Britney Watch, keeping you up to date with all your Britney Spears news.
And Sharon Stone has a new boyfriend. Sharon is 63.
Good for her.
She's 63, and she's apparently dating 25-year-old rapper. Rapper.
Good Lord.
RMR.
Is that a real picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
What,
Yeah.
Sharon?
He has quite a grill.
Sharon, what?
I don't know. The duo have reportedly been seen out and about together at hot spots like Delilah and the Highlight Room, where they were seen dancing together on the dance floor.
Why don't we ever go out to hot spots? We never go out to hot spots.
Step outside. It's going to be 100-something today.
Why don't you go out on the sidewalk and have a meat substitute?
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
RMR, he wears that mask because he keeps his real identity secret, like a wrestler.
Oh,
okay.
But he's got to have a gimmick, I suppose.
Yeah. All right, so here we are with Boner Candidate number 1 from the 7 o'clock hour. This one was an odd winner, I thought. A note from the neighbors. This is a woman in England who got a note from her neighbors, but they misspelled the word neighbors on their note. They spelled it Neibours. She got this note saying, my kids do not need to see you naked as you're drawing your shades across the way there. You need to wear more clothes in your house. You know, it's her house. She can wear what she wants. And I just was offended that they didn't know how to spell the word neighbors. And that's going up against number 2, which is pretty tough candidate. Want to buy a duct tape iguana. A guy selling iguanas in a parking lot for $10 a piece, and he had their legs duct taped so that they couldn't get away. That's boner candidate number 2.
All right. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to be boner of the day for today? 1 or 2, remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win, put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, July 8, 2021, and vote there. More than likely, you won't see that box right away when you get to the website because we just put it up there. So refresh your browser, and it should appear. All right, we have until the end of these messages. Let's go. It's Boner of the Day.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! We join our elders as they arrive on Vulcan. They hope to find a cure for Lehigh, who is suffering from Ponfar. Ah, Vulcan, world of logic, place of pointy-eared people. Here I will seek out my mate and find man who killed parents. Settle down and raise pointy-eared offspring.
Knock it off, Lehigh. You aren't a Vulcan. I was hoping you only had the 24-hour type of Ponfar. Dang it. Oh, here comes somebody. Excuse me, sir?
Greetings. You are new to Vulcan?
Hi, I'm Elder Spock, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Spock? He is a legend on Vulcan. You mock us by using his name.
Oh, we mean no disrespect. Lehigh here is Spock. I mean, they mind melded and something went wrong. Elder Spock here is suffering from Ponfar.
Ponfar? This is almost illogical. We must meet with T'Pau. She will know how to proceed.
This is Spock? He does not look like Spock. Fascinating. So the great son of Vulcan has sent you as his replacement? Joining will go on as scheduled.
Joining? What joining?
My parents chose my mate when I was 7. We were telepathically linked, and now is the time for us to be wed.
Spock was joined with this woman. You haven't even gone to Snowgroves with her. You can't marry her. Talk about breaking the rules.
We are all gathered. We shall proceed. We are here to complete the joining of Spock and T'Pring. Unless there is anyone here who objects, the ceremony will commence.
Excuse me, T'Pau, ma'am, I have a problem with this.
Only Vulcans are allowed to protest. One more word out of you and I will have you removed from this holy place. Now, shall we begin?
I protest.
T'Pring, no. Why?
I have chosen another to be my mate. I choose Elder Jensen.
But I was to be the one you chose.
A challenge has been made. T'Pring has chosen her companion and is her right. Let the combat to the death begin.
Combat? To the death? Oh, come on, Lehigh Spock. You know I can take you in a fair fight. Be logical. Give up now before I have to hurt you. Hey, you cut my Mr. Max suit. Why, they ought to teach this at the MTC.
Oh. We have our victor. Elder Spock shall wed T'Pring.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I don't think I can go through with this. You see, I just killed my companion, and we're way out of our sector. My zone leader won't be happy at all. I really should be going.
And I will be free to take Ston as my husband.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Zone Leader Hansen really be upset at Lehigh for killing his companion? Will Spock show any emotion when he finds out that his fiancée has married another? Tune into our next episode to hear Butch say...
Man, be careful. Do you have to drag my body all over every rock?
Butch, you're alive!
Shh, keep it down. I faked my death so I wouldn't have to kill you. I'm glad to see you're back to being your old self.
I didn't kill you. I didn't. I don't remember much of anything about the past week,
Look,
though.
just drag me back to my hyperbike and I'll tell you all about it.
Well, we left the quadrant. What's Zone Leader Hanson gonna say?
Well, maybe we just won't tell him.
Well, that would be the logical thing to do.
Huh?
On the next finger-crossing episode of Space Elders!
Yes, and it's brought to you in part by teriyaki salmon stir fry with brown rice and vegetables.
And be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
Boner candidate number 1 didn't have much of a chance going against animal cruelty. Even though the animal in question was an iguana, you still don't need to treat creatures poorly. So the winner was not a note from the neighbors. It was want to buy a duct-taped iguana.
Not a contest, really, but
No.
thank you for playing anyway. That's your Boner of the Day for July 8, 2021. Now is qualified to be Boner of the Week. Dave Mattson, the Flower Guy, will decide for you at about this time tomorrow.
Every year, the Road Home, which provides services to homeless people here in Salt Lake, the greater Salt Lake area, I guess we would say, they partner up with various people to do this apple tree promotion. The apple tree helps kids get back to school with the things they need. And we have here in the studio Rachel Anderson, who's a marketing specialist for the Road Home, and Mark Stewart, our friend from the Advocates. And this year, the Advocates have teamed up with the Road Home to do this. I don't know. Rachel, why don't you start and explain to us just how the apple tree thing works?
Yeah, absolutely. We're so excited to partner with the Advocates. This will be our 17th annual apple tree event. And this is just a really wonderful way to help the children that we serve in shelter get ready for back to school. So some of the ways that you can get involved, you can go to, we'll outline some of the Advocates locations, and you can pick various apples off of the actual apple tree that have the children's sizes and ages and information, and then you can go out and shop for some of the items for back to school.
We're talking about backpacks and school supplies, clothing, I think, in some instances, right?
Yep,
Things like that.
clothing as well.
And there are various levels of monies that you can spend depending on your circumstance, right?
Absolutely, yep. So you can pick up an apple. You can also just donate directly at theroadhomeappletree.com. You can also shop directly via an Amazon wish list as well.
Now, the nice thing is there are Advocates locations, Mark, all over for people to drop these off, so they don't have to. If you might be listening in Ogden going, well, I'm not going to drive all the way to Salt Lake. You don't have to, right?
Right. So we have offices, one in Ogden. Our main office is here in Salt Lake in Murray, and then we have an American Fork office as well for Utah County. In our office right now, we actually have a tree in each of the lobbies, and the tree has a little apple on it with a name of a child as well as items that you could get for that child. So we encourage people just to come out, stop by our offices. You can pick up one of those apples and then go out and shop for those items.
Mm-hmm. If you just go to UtahAdvocates.com, all of your locations are listed there.
Correct.
There's on 26th Street in Ogden, Main Street in American Fork, and in Murray, Winchester Street, which you'll find it. And every year, this helps get kids back to school. How many children do you think the Road Home will serve this year?
Yeah, so we're at the current time we're seeing an average of 140 children per night.
Wow.
These are children who have no home.
Absolutely, yep. And it's actually an exciting year, for a lot of them. Some of them are maybe going to school for the first time in person. With COVID last year, it was a really difficult transition, having to go online in a lot of cases. And so having a new outfit and a new backpack, strolling into school on the first day really makes all the difference in the world.
Now, we need to make sure that we include a mask in every every backpack or every little thing of that. Just take it with you.
Whether the school requires it or not.
Right.
They
If I were a
have.
parent,
Just
I
in
would
case.
say, I don't care what the school says, and I don't care what your classmates say. You're going to wear that thing. And if I find out that you're not wearing it, you're in trouble.
Exactly.
So the advocates, it's great for you guys to step up and do. Have you done this before?
We haven't done this before, but we're really excited about doing it this year. The Road Home's been a great partner, and we think it'll be a great opportunity for people in the community to get involved.
So you can go to the Road Home website, which is what, Rachel?
So you can either go to the roadhome.org or you can go to the Apple Tree website directly, which is the roadhomeappletree.com.
Okay. And the Advocates, UtahAdvocates.com. Let's help get kids back to school. It's coming up quicker than you really realize. It's when do they start at like the end of August, right?
Some of them mid-August, depends on.
Was
so
that
it's
right?
like a month away for some.
Oh, man.
Can we include little personal fans? Because
hopefully it won't be as hot then. Hopefully,
and I think a lot of schools still don't have air conditioning because they traditionally have been. You remember going back to school in the fall?
Yeah,
and it was pretty.
Felt like fall.
Well, but it was pretty hot in the school a lot of times because it's still.
Because why would we want to spend money on air conditioning for kids at schools?
Still hadn't quite cooled off, so we'll include a little fan in all of that.
Perfect.
Thank you, guys. The Road Home. Thank you, Rachel Anderson. Thank you, Mark Stewart. Nice to meet you in person, Mark.
Yeah, good to see you guys in person.
Talked to Mark on the phone, but I had no idea what a handsome devil he was.
Now you're gonna perk up when he calls, aren't you?
Okay. All right. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will take a break and we will crawl towards the exits after these.
X96 is proud to present the Strong VW.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We join our elders as they pursue leads given them by Zone Leader Hansen. This episode finds elders Christiansen and Jensen trying to catch up to a rather well-known starship.
Captain, scanners show 2 small one-man craft closing fast.
Captain, they're hailing us.
Analysis, Mr. Spock.
Readings coming in now, sir. 2 single-occupant warp-capable 10-speed bikes.
Spock, enough with the details. Who are they?
There is a 99.7% probability they are LDS missionaries.
Mr. Sulu, go to red alert. Evasive maneuvers. Arm photon torpedoes.
Aye, Captain.
No good, Captain. They're still closing in on us. Mr. Sulu, ready phasers.
Phasers ready, sir.
Damn it, Tim. Don't you think that Starfleet would disapprove of you blasting away at unarmed missionaries?
As much as I hate to agree with the so-called doctor, I believe his logic is sound on this matter.
Don't bite me, you pointy-eared half-breed. Bones, that's enough. Report, Mr. Sulu.
While you and the others were bickering about our strategy, we were boarded by the missionaries.
Mr. Sulu, where are they now?
Turbo lift number 7 en route to the bridge.
Hi, my name is Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We're here to ask you if you've ever heard of our church, and if so, would you like to know more?
Spock, What does the computer have on these Mormons?
Fascinating, Captain. Church founded in the 19th century, has grown steadily since, preach a belief system involving an eternal afterlife, and encourage their members to abstain from drugs, including caffeine, gambling, and sex outside of marriage.
Elder Christiansen, is this accurate?
Yep, the pointy-eared half-breed is fairly accurate.
No sex outside of marriage. My God, how barbaric. We wouldn't be able to fill an entire hour of TV time if I didn't stop to have sex with green, large-breasted women with blue hair every week.
It would cause some difficulties for the riders, Captain.
Spock, see if you can sneak around behind them and use the Vulcan nerve pinch on them.
Excuse me, Elders, but you seem to have some lint on the shoulders of your dark suits. Let me be of assistance.
Quick, put them on their base and beam them into deep space.
Could this be the end of our Elders? Would Starfleet really frown upon firing photon torpedoes at missionaries? Why was Dr. McCoy always hanging out on the bridge when he should have been in sickbay? Find out the answers to these and other questions on the next nerve-pinching episode of Space Elders!
Who else's birthday is today? And we have not done anything to celebrate it at all, and I feel bad.
On this day?
Yeah. Born in 1958. Kevin Norwood Bacon was born in Philadelphia on this day. We have done nothing for Kevin Bacon on this show today.
We should all go watch Tremors later on today.
Sure. He loves that franchise.
That's a great movie. The first one is really good.
He says he doesn't do sequels, but he'd do more Tremors shows, which I just don't understand at all.
I don't either.
You know?
I don't want to. Do you have Mellow right now? Do you have Mellow?
Have Mellow?
Because if you do, I'll harsh it for you. I mean, I don't want to harsh your Mellow, but this just came over from the New York Times. The Delta variant of the coronavirus can evade antibodies that target certain parts of the virus, according to a new study published today in Nature. The findings provide an explanation for diminished effectiveness of the vaccines against Delta compared to other variants. The variant first identified in India is believed to be about 60% more contagious than the Alpha, the version of the virus that thrashed Britain and much of Europe earlier this year. The Delta variant is now driving outbreaks among unvaccinated populations in countries like Malaysia and Portugal and Indonesia and countries like Australia and countries like Utah. So, it's now the dominant variant in the United States.
Yeah,
and it does, now your vaccine still offers you the best protection possible, but it can evade that in some cases.
I tried to keep it light with some
Kevin Bacon.
Some happy birthday Kevin Bacon news, and you got to dive us right back down into the.
Gina, this just in: Kevin Bacon has coronavirus.
No.
It just came over.
Just in.
This just
moment.
He caught it from a sandworm, oddly enough.
Yeah.
No, I think that this Delta variant and all the other variants that are happening because people aren't getting vaccinated, we're going to be back to masking and doing the whole thing again. I really do believe that.
Fully vaccinated people are still protected, it says here.
Mm-hmm.
But it is it's a mean little bugger.
But kids under 12 aren't vaccinated.
Yep.
There are people with medical issues that they can't get vaccinated. So don't act like this just affects you.
This just in here. Okay.
What?
This just in. That guy on the radio in Utah who said Kevin Bacon had coronavirus is a liar.
He's a liar.
It's,
Corona update.
as far as I know, he does not. So there's that.
Yeah.
Now you're going to watch. It's available for you to watch it today, Terry. Black Widow.
What, at like midnight or something?
I don't know, but I know it's.
I'm not going to stay up for that.
Yeah. Well, but you will, even though you have rented a theater.
Mm-hmm.
You'll still watch it on TV before you go to the theater.
No.
You'll
No, I thought
experience
you were
it
gonna-
at the theater.
I have been chastised by Shannon and Lee and everybody on Geek Show.
Don't do it.
Because I told them maybe I'll watch it before we watch it at our
No,
screening, because our
no.
screening's on Saturday. And I got yelled at. Don't you dare!
Oh, okay. Well, I thought it was. I thought I heard you say you were going to.
Don't you want to see it with them in a theater?
Yes, I do. I do want to see it with them in the theater. So
And
that's why I'm not.
You promise you won't.
That's why I'm not. That's why I'm not.
No, you would never go back on your word.
could do
Kerry
it.
Jackson is a man of his word.
Exactly. I'm,
As Joe Biden would say, Carrie,
Mhm.
I am not going to watch it on the television, except I really I probably will.
Kerry, if you cheat, you're not going to react the way you should react at the theater, and
I've
they're
had-
going to know.
I've had some acting training. I've been in a movie.
Whoa, I can't believe that. It just happened.
I bet he's.
Did you
pulled-
guys see that?
Listen, he's been pulling the wool over his wife's eyes for years.
I had no idea.
I can't pull the wool over my wife's eyes.
She knows?
Oh man, it's like she's just like, you put that down.
The wool?
Yeah, you're not going to pull that over my eyes. Put it down right now, mister.
Yeah, what's the origin of that saying? Pull the wool over your eyes.
I would assume it's some reference to a cap or something that
Or a mask? Or...
Yeah, that you're wearing, and then somebody pulls it down so you can't see what they're doing.
Medieval fairs were places of wonder and dastardly deeds where robbers were always on the lookout for victims. Their favorite technique was to pull the victim's hood over their eyes while cutting the purse strings, hence the expression to hoodwink, and also pull the wool over one's eyes.
Ooh, and cutting the purse strings.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of the robbers would kneel down behind the person, and the other robber would push him over. That had a name. I forget.
A pushover?
No, I've not heard
No,
of
when
it.
you did-
but when you did that to people, which is a horrible thing to do.
It's extraordinarily dangerous.
But I think I have done it myself a couple of times.
I've had it done to me.
and I've had it done to
Yeah.
me.
I never did it to anybody, but I've had it done to me.
It has a name.
Grade school. Because, I mean, you could go back, and because the way that it angles you,
yeah,
the top of your head, the back of your head, hitting like
yeah.
the hard concrete or something.
Yep. Kids, you do stupid, dangerous stuff to each other and to yourself that you shouldn't do. Let's not even get into cigarettes.
Don't do it, kids.
No, don't do it. Believe me. Take it from me. I found out on this trip with my sister-in-law that my father, my birth father, lung cancer.
Oh, smoker.
As his mother did. His mother died of lung cancer. As his brother did.
Wow.
Well,
all of them died of lung cancer.
Mm.
Smokers. Like I was.
Mm.
You quit a long time ago.
But I quit.
It's been a while.
Apparently, my father, according to my half-sister, was such a... And I understand this. He didn't stop smoking until they removed one of his lungs. He said, well, I guess now
that's your clue.
Yeah. I guess now I'll have to stop smoking. It's a horrible thing. Don't ever smoke a cigarette. My God, it's awful.
You don't ever have to quit if you don't start.
Yep. So, of course, Mark Twain said about smoking cigars, the only thing he could see that was valuable about quitting cigars was the pure pleasure he got when he took them up again.
Does Kevin Bacon smoke? I wonder.
Doubt it.
Kevin Bacon.
I'll have to look into that.
Smoke. Let's see.
He's smoking, though, isn't he?
Kevin Bacon trivia.
Mm-hmm.
Facts you didn't know about Kevin Bacon.
Okay.
Let's see. His middle name is Norwood.
Oh, we knew. You just told us that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Does it say he has COVID?
That's
so much more.
Yeah.
Has he hoodwinked anybody?
I'm just looking to see if he smokes.
I saw somebody talking about a movie that he was in that I would love to see. He and a bunch of other teenagers, when he was like a teen, Ron Howard is in it, and they're all like young teens, and it's called Village of the Giants.
Hmm.
And
Never
it's about these teenagers who go into a town, and there are these giant ducks.
What?
And they go, what? Well, what? And so there's some kind of special food in this town that you can eat, and you become a giant. And then all of these rotten teenagers become giants.
I haven't seen
that. That sounds. Ugh. All right.
I don't think he smokes. That's not one of the 60 things you didn't know.
60
about.
things you didn't know. All right. Well, let's do the promo and
let me see.
Get out of here.
Find that. Almost.
Almost? How about now?
No.
Now?
No.
How about now?
No.
Now?
No, I can't get it to open.
It's right there.
Oh, wait a minute. What? Oh.
It's
the
right.
paper airplane.
I know. I just couldn't get it to open for some reason, and now there. Okay.
Huh?
I don't know. This new system is kind of weird.
You just have to get used to it.
I know. I think
now.
I think.
How about now?
So
Let's do
see,
it now.
Is it like best question of the week?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I got it.
All right.
And I start. Yeah. Okay. The weekend is within our grasp. Welcome it with open arms on Fridays. Radio from Hell Show.
At 7:45, we answer the best question of the week. We can't do that without your questions, though, so email your best questions to radiofromhell@x96.com, and we might answer it.
Now, we all enjoy Fridays, but having another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy makes it even better. Luckily, that happens at 8 a.m., and we have the newest line of Grey Goose Essence Vodka.
Plus, Mayor Wilson is back at 8:45 with our Salt Lake County update, followed by Dave the Flower Guy, who will crown Boner of the Week.
So join us for a drink and more on Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Okay.
All right then.
I think we're good, right?
Mm-hmm.
All business? Fine job, Katie, as always. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I draw the line at weenie water.
Corey is next.